person comes in.
We should leave that for the press right there.
Yeah, it used to be there, didn't it?
What's that, really?
No, I thought you were talking about that computer where they took it
Oh
out.
man, we should leave that seat.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just joking. Remind us a lot of yeah, they punched it.
See,
Yeah.
see this many people. The old business regulations and all that.
I sent you those three, but I got it.
I'm sorry.
When you,
I don't think so. Is that kind of hyperbole that
How many cards you
confuses
got?
the issue? You don't need that.
A bunch. and that's not all.
Well, my staff didn't even get to sit down the other day. I think we some kids out.
All right, everybody ready? Here we go. It is 7 o'clock. We do have a quorum. We're going to call it the City Council meeting order. As you know, you can well see, we do have a full house tonight. So I'm going to ask our officer to come forward and explain to you a few things that we need to keep in mind here where we're tonight to make sure we keep public order here in the council chambers.
Good evening. Everybody hear me okay? All right. Just a few items. With such a large crowd, if you can minimize just the talking in between amongst ourselves, because the acoustics in here will be very loud with this large group. If you have any cell phone or electronic devices, if you'll just place them on silent for me. Because we do have a large crowd, we do have to be mindful of safety. I do need to keep this aisleway clear, and that includes the doorway. So, folks, if you can step in or step back to the sides, so that we can maintain a clear aisleway for emergency personnel. Each of you have your agenda that will be followed by the council. Anybody wishing to speak, they will call you accordingly with that. And once we get the aisleway clear, we will get started. I'm sure many of you are neighbors, so be neighborly and scoot together. Plenty of room over here to the right along the wall.
No, thank you.
Would you like to go that way? Stage of emergency. Close enough.
We just have a few more folks. As soon as we can get an aisleway through there, we'll be all set. Excellent. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Well, it's good to see all of you here tonight. It's good to see all my Louisville neighbors and citizens here. A lot of faces I do recognize, some I don't. Hope I get to meet each and every one of you. First item on the agenda, we're going to do our prayer, which will be given by Councilman Gilmore, and then I'm going to lead us in the pledges both to our United States flags and the Texas flag.
If you would please join me in a moment of contemplation. Thank you.
We'll join the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor our Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under one God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get right down to business tonight. The first item on the agenda is a continued public hearing, which I know is the reason that a lot of you are here. There's a couple items here that a lot of you are here for. The first one is a public hearing. As he mentioned before, we're all neighbors, we're all citizens. Just I ask that you do extend courtesy to everyone. Let's don't boo. Let's don't cheer. Let's just remember, if you want to applaud someone at the end, that's certainly understandable. But remember that whenever someone's speaking, most of the time, I'll say probably 99% of the time, to them, their viewpoint is valid and very real, whether it be this topic or any other topic we talk about. So let's respect that among us as neighbors and as fellow citizens, because if you remember, there was not too long ago, about 10 years ago, less than a month, or a little over a month from now, 10 years ago was a very tragic thing for this entire nation. We came together as a country, let's us come together as citizens of Louisville and work out things that we can all live and that'll be good for all of us. If you just keep that in mind, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. So with that, it's continued public hearing consideration of issuing 2 oil and gas permits for a site located at 290 West Southwest Parkway, known as B&H NE-1H and SC-1H wells, as requested by Titan Operating LLC.
Mayor, I'll be abstaining from this open hearing. I am in the signed a lease for well in that plat area, and just to remove any image of impropriety, I am going to abstain from that and let you have it.
Thanks, sir. This item was continued at the July 11, 2011 City Council meeting on December 17, 2010. Titan Operating Corporation submitted an application to drill and operate 2 natural gas wells known as B&H NE-1H and SC-1H on a 1.8-acre tract of land located at 290 West Southwest Parkway. Staff and Titan Operating have worked to address and satisfy all the requirements of the oil and gas ordinance that was in force at the time of the submittal. The permit application was deemed complete by city staff and the city manager on June 2, 2011 as meeting and or exceeding the minimum requirements of the ordinance. The oil and gas ordinance requires a public hearing and 3/4 of city council approval as the well bores and permanent equipment that could pose a health or safety risk are located within 300 to 500 feet from a protected use. Recommendation is that council consider the issuance of the oil and gas well drilling permits. First, I'm going to ask our Fire Marshal, Tim Ippolito, if you'd just come forward, Tim, kind of give us a brief presentation on this to let everyone know exactly what we're speaking about.
There we go. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just a real brief overview of the proposed Titan B&H site. It's located on Southwest Parkway, right at Misty Lane. This slide here illustrates the transportation route. First off, I need to apologize. This one is not the most current one. I apologize. This is my mistake. What they'll be doing for their transportation route is coming out South Valley Parkway, turning right, and heading down south on Highway 121 or Business 121 there. My apologies. This has changed. And they'll also be entering from the south and turning left onto South Valley Parkway. They changed that to address some of the concerns of the citizens in the area.
Let me make sure I got this right. So what you're saying is when they leave the area, they would be traveling on Southwest Parkway towards Business 121 and make a right-hand turn going south.
Correct. Down to the freeway down there. I have a thing I can put over there. My apologies on this.
That's okay. Just to make sure everybody understands it. And then to enter, they would be actually coming in from Bel Air.
From the south, up Highway 121.
From the south on 121, making a left-hand turn across there at the left turn signal.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
I hope that's clear.
All right.
And I can put up an illustration if there's any questions on that.
Okay.
This is an overview of the site. Again, we have 3 protected uses within the 300 to 500 foot radius and 63 protected uses in the 500 to 800 foot realm. This is your proposed northeast well and then the proposed southeast well. That illustrates where the tank batteries will be located. And there's your 500 foot setback, your inner ring, and your outer ring is the 800 foot setback. The first protected use is the doctor's office located to the north. It's 401 feet from the tank to the edge of the building there. The next one is the Domino's Pizza and Cleaners which is 470 feet. And then to the east is the Quick Stop Market and gas station at 464 feet. Those are your 3 protected uses within the 3 to 500 foot realm. As required by our ordinance, those 3 landowners of those protected uses have to offer their approval or consent, I should say, for the gas well being that close to them, and they have offered and supplied that to us. This gives you an idea of the landscaping that's going to happen on the pad or is proposed for the pad. If you'll notice on the south side of it, there's the creekway right there. There is no proposed landscaping there, and that's for 2 reasons. First off, we didn't feel that there was a real need for screening as the creekway is there with the natural landscaping heading across to the townhomes that are over there. And secondly, if this proposal is granted, we have a city sewer line that basically runs right through the middle of that site that the applicant would have to relocate. We don't want it, when they relocate, that's what the red line is showing, is the relocated sewer line. We wouldn't want to plant trees on top of the sewer line. That just leads to nothing but trouble. But what they have offered to do is to take those trees and plant them on the surface aspect, or the street aspects of the project along Southwest Parkway and Misty Lane. I believe there's a total of 99 trees that they propose to plant there. So it's over and above what would normally be required on that 2 aspects of the site. They're also proposing a masonry screening wall that will be located adjacent to the residence on Misty Lane. That is not what normally is required by our ordinance, but we felt that that would be appropriate in this case as a screening between the residence and the pond that they're putting in. The pond will be a temporary pond. It'll be filled with city water to be used for their fracking purposes. The applicant has also offered to escrow the funds for that. Should something happen where they don't fill it in and reclaim the land, we can go in as a city and reclaim that property and return it to its natural state that it exists today. And that's all I have for a real brief presentation and overview of the site. I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
The vehicles that are entering, the picture you showed us, that's the direction they're coming from? And that's how they'll be turning on the southwest?
It's kind of opposite on 121 of these arrows, and I feel really bad about this. I didn't catch this. But where it shows them on 121 now going north and south, north of the project?
I think City Manager's got another sheet.
You have it right there?
Put up there.
I think this may be the correct one. That's the right one, Tim?
Bear with me.
Adam, could you come out, please, a second? This is not Adam. Who's back there? Tim. I'm sorry, Tim. Could you come out from the back, please? Help with the video. Sorry, Tim. Got the other Tim. He's coming. This is Tim, our video guru. He's really good at this stuff.
2 Tims.
Hit that and stop going up.
Look like it's on.
See, Tim, the fire marshal, knows a lot about fire and public safety, or Tim, the video man, knows a lot.
I'll make sure this thing doesn't catch on fire. I can't make it work. Okay. All right. I don't know how clear that is, but if you can see the up here is where the site's at, and they'll come out of the site to 121, then they'll turn due south and take it down to 121 down here. And that's the same way they'll be entering, but opposite. So they'll come in off of 121, hit Business 121, and come on up, and then make the left onto Southwest Parkway, and then right into the site.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes.
I apologize again.
Any other questions of staff at this time?
Tim, do you know how many trucks will be, we can anticipate?
During the initial operation, when they move in, they bring in all their apparatus, and the applicant can certainly speak more to those more accurately than I can. But your main truck traffic will be when they're doing the fracking operations, and they have to truck all that water off the site. But they come in kind of as a camp with all their equipment, and they move it all in a day. Then there's activity going on. I couldn't even guess at how many per day. It just depends on the operation. You might have a fuel loader every 3 days. Various trucks coming in and out. But the main focus or the main impact would be when they're hauling the frack water off the site.
Any other questions of staff at this time? Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it, sir. Okay, I do have several cards here to speak before the council will begin their discussion. As typical, what we usually do is we'll have a presentation by staff, which we just had, and then we will call upon the applicant that's making the request to hear what their actual request is. So at this time, I'm going to call on Bobby Dolak, who's with G&A Consultants. If you would, and I'll ask each of you to do this, and please bear with me too. If I butcher your name, I apologize beforehand. Sometimes I just don't understand how the pronunciation should be. Sometimes I can't read your writing, so please forgive me if I butcher your name. But when you do come to the podium, if you would please just state your name and address for our record. Thank you. Bobby, if you'll do the same, please.
Howdy. My name is Bobby Dolak. I work for G&A Consultants, your local consulting firm, 111 Hillside Drive, Lewisville, Texas. I'm here on behalf of Titan Exploration today. I've put together a little PowerPoint. Let's see if we can get it up here to help explain what we're doing. All right, this view right here just kind of shows you in the area. This is your current zoning map, and I've circled here in black the proposed site as it sits just south of Southwest Parkway, just to the west of 2181. I mean, not 2181, 121. All right, I'm going to go through this kind of spreadsheet and kind of walk you through this site. The unit development, Titan has formed 2 units. They're between 600 and 700 acres in each unit. And they'll drill initially, they've proposed to drill initially 2 wells, 1 in each unit. This is an aerial exhibit. The north unit, the B&H Northeast unit, is 629 total acres. The south unit is 662 total acres. And the 2 proposed wells that's before you tonight is the northeast and the southeast, the first wells shown there in yellow. The 2 wells, each well takes about approximately 30 days to drill. And then the completion phase where they're fracking the wells takes approximately 5 to 8 days. The drilling operation for the 30 days, that's done 24/7. Once they start drilling, they have to continue drilling until the well's drilled. But in accordance with your ordinance, the completion phase, the fracking phase, is only done from 7 to 7, just daytime hours. Now, to kind of zoom in on this site, just kind of want to walk you through some of the setbacks. You've got the existing floodway there in green. And then the property line setback. This property line setback, Titan owns the property in which the pad site is proposed on. And the setback in the ordinance is 25 foot from a property line setback, 75 foot from an existing right-of-way, and then 500 feet from protected uses. So you can see the little yellow that's left where the wells are at. Those are beyond the 500-foot circle of protected uses, with the exception of the tank battery, which is, as Tim described, and I'll go over here in a minute, is closer than 500 feet. Okay, Titan has successfully leased 91% of the properties within the B&H Northeast unit and 88% of the properties within the B&H Southeast unit. Titan has obtain distance waivers from 100% of the affected structures within 500 feet. There's the units again shown in yellow. There's a total of 2,809 leases within both units, 1,406 signed leases in the northeast, 1,403 in the southeast. Total acres is right at 1,040 acres. 528 acres leased in the B&H unit, 91% of the total properties, and 510 acres leased in the B&H Southeast unit. So we kind of broke them down in acres so you can kind of grasp the acreage. 88% of the total acreages of the total properties are leased. The majority of the unleased tracts that are shown there in white are owned by the Louisville Independent School District. There's a few others, but most of the big tracts are the school district's tracts. Access. Favorable access routes that has at least impact to residents and other land use. The route also works well for turning movements necessary to accommodate the drilling traffic. Now, this was in reaction to the last public hearing where we had some residents that live over there, and we had the traffic control, the traffic coming from the north, turning right, going out, turning left. But after looking at it, as Tim illustrated in his second, is we're going to come from the south on State Business 121, a state highway, and there's a left-hand turn lane there on 121, so it's a controlled left-hand turn lane at the light. They'll be making a left onto Southwest Parkway and then a left into the site, and then all the truck traffic leaving will make a right out of the site and then a right onto 121. Now, to answer some of your one of the questions earlier, kind of go through the process of drilling, moving in and out. There's 35 truck loads over a 2 to 3 day period during the daylight hours, 7 to 7, which will move the equipment into the site. An average of 1 to 1.5 trucks per hour as they bring the equipment in on flatbeds and large trucks. Daily operations will involve personal vehicles of approximately 10 people. Normal daily drilling operations are expected for at least 30 days per well. That's when they're moving it in. Now, the completion stage, when they get to fracking, 20 trucks over 1 to 2 day period during daylight hours only, average of 1 truck per hour. During the completion operation, approximately 1 week, 5 to 8 days, there will be approximately 20 trucks per day during daylight hours only, average of 1 to 1.5 trucks per hour. Daily operations will involve personal vehicles of approximately 10 people. Once the wells are drilled during the production stage, all the equipment's removed from the site. The produced water transportation will require a half a truck per well per day, and then a technician checks the wells once a day in a regular pickup truck. Now, the site. The wells are over 500 foot from any structure, as I showed you in the illustration. There are 3 businesses that fall within the 500-foot tank battery. This is similar to the slide that Tim, I do want to point out, there's the 2 wells and the tank battery. There's the Atmos line, the existing Atmos line that takes the gas to market runs through this property. That's one of the reasons why this property is such a viable spot also, that we were able to get the gas wells and set the setback variance, but also the gas will be drilled here and it will go to market right in the line. There won't be any off-site pipeline easements necessary to pipe the gas to market because the pipeline is right there. It'll be tapped at this location. The 500-foot setback, the 800-foot setback. And here's the 3 structures 500 foot from the equipment, not the wells, the equipment. There's the 3 properties that Mr. Eppolito referred to, 401, 470, and 480 from the tanks itself. And then the existing residents are greater than 500 feet from the well and the equipment. I wanted to kind of go back for some of the people in the audience that might not have been at the public hearing for the Prologis site over off of McGee Lane. They've drilled 4 wells. Titan has drilled 4 wells over there off of McGee Lane. This came before the council earlier this year, and similar to the site tonight, we were 503 feet away from the closest house, and we asked for, we have a tank battery set that they voluntarily met the ordinance. It wasn't part of the ordinance when they submitted the plan, but there were 347 feet away from that existing structure there on McGee Lane. They did obtain the waiver from that business owner also. I guess I had some bullet points. Now, to compare these two sites side by side, the B&H unit, we mailed out 58 letters to residents between 500 and 800 feet. That was from the edge of the pad. 58 people, notified as many people as we could. The ordinance actually says 500 to 800 feet from the actual wellhead or the tank battery. So there's really 28 residents that live between the 500 and the 800 feet on the B&H, and I believe there was 46 single-family homes within the 800, between the 500 and 800 feet over on the Prologis. So, because we do this all the time, we can see that. I just wanted to put that out there so the public could see, because everybody drove by over there on McGee, or some people drove by on McGee and saw what was there, and this is a side-by-side comparison. We did hold it, since it was this meeting was tabled from the last council meeting, we did offer, and we mailed out 58 letters to the 58 people, the residents, 58 that were between 500 and 800 feet from the site. We held an informal meeting, a question and answer with Titan officials that were there, invited those 58 residents to Main Event. They have a meeting room there that holds about 100 people, and flyers were sent out a week prior. It was on a Wednesday night from 6:30 to 8:30, and we had 4 property owners that attended that meeting, and they asked questions and we answered. So just let the council know that we were reaching out to try to get as much information out there as we could. Noise remediation. Titan will utilize the state-of-the-art HP4S electric rig and install necessary screening and sound walls during drilling and fracking to exceed the city's ordinance, as they did on the Prologis side also. This illustration in the right-hand corner is an existing site down in Colleyville. It gives you an illustration of what that sound curtain looks like. And the sound study that was done in accordance with your ordinance required a wall, as shown here in red, along the west and the north sides of the property to muffle the sound, to get it to the decibel level that's required by ordinance. It's 24 foot high. There's another, just a big picture of what it would look like. The aesthetics. Titan will install, as Tim said, 99 evergreen and canopy trees on the visible sides, the north and the west of the pad and the pond, to achieve 65% coverage, which exceeds the ordinance's requirement of 35%. Over 130 shrubs will also be installed on the visible sides, and a masonry wall will be constructed along the west property line. I took a picture here in your left-hand corner. We took a picture of a vantage point of standing in the street right by Misty Lane and Southwest Parkway, and then superimposed what the landscaping would look like as planted. And all this landscaping will go in up front. All the landscaping, the masonry wall, all that will be built before any rigs move in, any construction traffic. So there's the masonry wall that Titan has added to their plans, and an illustration of that wall. This is a similar wall. Of course, we'll have, if you can look at the landscape plan, you'll have more plantings than what this wall actually shows. But there's an actual pad site behind this masonary wall.
Would you mind by backing up to the first, that picture? Now, you're planning, what year is that?
That's at about year 5 to 7.
Okay, so they're not going to look at that in the first.
No, they won't be all blooded with flowers and everything. But there will be there is a mixture of trees there. There's some evergreen trees and some deciduous trees.
But they're not 4 to 6 inch trees that you're planting. They're probably 1 inch trees.
No, they're 3 inch.
3 inch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's quite a few of them.
Okay. More like that. Okay.
The quality of water. Titan will utilize best management practice of sediment and erosion control, including silt fence, rock check dams. This just gives you an illustration of the disturbed area and what Titan's going to put around your silt fence that you see on normal construction sites, and then controlled check dams on how the water will be released from the site before it gets to the creek. Now on groundwater, I'm going to ask Chris Hammock with Titan to come up and do these next few slides. He's more of an expert. He's the petroleum engineer and the driller, and he'll go through these next few slides and try to explain what we're doing.
Okay, and I don't know which one you want to answer this, but I got a question on something you started when you began, and I may have heard you incorrectly, but I just want to clarify this. And when you started talking about these two wells, you said that these are the two wells that we initially intend to drill on this site.
That's correct.
Have you made other applications? I know you have not with the city,
No.
but you have you made other applications with the Railroad Commission?
Not yet.
I'm sorry?
Not yet.
So not yet, so you intend to?
I'll let Mr. Hammock answer those questions on their plans. It really depends on how well these two wells produce.
Okay.
Yeah, just theirs.
Mayor, City Council, Chris Hammock. I'm Vice President of Operations for Titan Operating, 111 West 4th Street, Suite 300 in Fort Worth, Texas. To answer your question first, Mayor, the question is, or the answer to that question is, it kind of depends on how the wells perform. Obviously, if the wells were not economic or not up to the standards that would meet, hurdle rates for the company, we would not subsequently drill any more wells. This is an area, as most areas in Louisville, that is significantly undeveloped as far as oil and gas properties. There's not a lot of wells to look at out here to know exactly what we're going to get. So if we were in a more well-defined area, it'd be easier to answer that question. And after the first wells are drilled, depending on the results, it'll clarify our position as far as drilling more wells. So really, as we did in Prologis, we drilled one well in each unit, and it was under the same principle to go in, develop the acreage or hold the acreage, look at it, and then decide if there's going to be subsequent drilling.
So you said if it's not very productive, you probably wouldn't drill any more wells. If it is, what would you potentially think you would drill?
I have a slide in my presentation that shows a development if you want. Okay.
Thank you.
What I wanted to do is, again, Bobby gave a little bit of my background. I'm a petroleum engineer. I manage all the operations for the company. So we did hear some things at the last meeting that we wanted to address, as Bobby has done in the more on-ground presentation. I wanted to talk a little bit more about some of the technical merits of oil and gas drilling. I know you guys are relatively new. I know y'all have had quite a few wells now, but they're still kind of new in the drilling phase. So I thought I'd go through some things really quickly. I tend to talk real fast, too, so if I'm talking too fast, please let me know. One thing we did hear a lot about, and we've heard in other areas, is groundwater, and will these wells contaminate groundwater? Real quick, for groundwater safety, we set surface pipe that goes below all the water zones, which is steel pipe that has concrete behind it. To give that to you in a schematic, this is what a typical well looks like in the water-bearing sand. So you can see that there's a varying level of fresh water at the surface, and then you can see the barnett here in this area is around 8,500 feet deep. So when drilling commences, the first thing that will happen is surface casing will be set. The depth of surface casing is mandated by the TCEQ as far as the base depth of usable quality water. In almost all areas in the Barnett, that is going to be the Trinity Aquifer, which in this area will exist around 1,650 to 1,700 feet. So steel pipe, 9 5/8" casing, will be run to the bottom of this hole, and cement will be circulated on the outside of that pipe with verification of the Railroad Commission that cement is actually circulated back to surface, which means we actually see the cement go down the pipe, out into the annulus between the steel and the rock, and it comes back to surface to show that we have cement all the way back. So this is your first barrier protection. The second hole is the actual drain hole that's drilled. This will be the lateral that's drilled down. In this area, we'll drill 7 3/4 hole down through, out from underneath the surface casing, down through the Barnett, and down into, again, this area is around 8,500 feet deep. After that drilling operation is complete, we will install a second string of casing in the hole called our production casing. This is 5.5" casing. That casing is also cemented, and it's cemented normally anywhere between 500 feet to 1,000 feet above the Barnett. So now you have a second form of protection. You've got your surface casing, which is cemented to surface, and you've got your production casing, which is steel pipe that has cement above the Barnett to will stop any kind of movement up towards the surface casing. Let me back up on that one more. It's kind of hard to see. And there's one little line in the middle of that well, and that's actually called tubing. Tubing is actually your third form of protection. Actually, all the flow is diverted up a smaller string of pipe called 2 3/8 tubing. So the flow comes up that. So in between us and any water-bearing sand, you've got tubing, which is one form of protection. You've got surface production casing, which is a second form of protection. You've got surface casing, which is a third form of protection, and you've got cement behind the pipe on the surface casing, which is your fourth zone. All of these things are regulated by the Railroad Commission, and most of these cementing operations are monitored by the Railroad Commission. We monitor annulus pressures on all these to see if there's any type of pressure which would indicate that there's some type of leak or problem. These are monitored on a daily basis. We've been asking questions about our frac fluids and what goes into our frac jobs. Virtually 95% of all the fluid the fluid we pump down the hole is just water and sand. 99.5 to be exact. There's other chemicals that we use in these, and we'll show you some of those. The remaining 0.5% is comprised of three things. One is potassium chloride, which is a salt swelling agent. Two is a biocide that will kill any kind of bugs or anything that we're using from our freshwater source to go down so it doesn't contaminate the reservoir. And three is a gel or glore, which we use it's kind of a putty, which we use to carry the sand down the hole. Again, this is kind of a busy slide, but this tells you of all the additives we pump and what their common use are, physical or chemical compounds, and actually the common use of them. We were also requested by the city to disclose an exact frac job that we pumped in this area, which we have done. Again, it's in order with what you see here, and we presented that. It was our most recent job that we pumped down in the city of Burleson. So we have disclosed what we pump in our jobs. We also heard some things about emissions. Again, Titan will implement best practices in order to minimize the emissions to the level that's technically feasible and economically reasonable. Every practical effort will be made to monitor equipment for leaks, implement reliable pollution prevention work practices, and reduce emissions. Just to get into a little bit to the emissions. Titan, we try to stay abrupt by staying involved with all the local industry groups of air quality studies that are being performed in the areas around the Barnett Shale. Two of the most recent studies that have come out are the much anticipated Fort Worth study that was begun almost a year ago. 50% of the well sites in Fort Worth were tested. The conclusion of that site, and the direct quotes from the site or the study itself is that the study did not reveal any significant health threats, and showed that the 600-foot setback that Fort Worth implements is there before there's a level of scrutiny, which your city has as well, is required. Before that, May of 2011, your neighbors in Flower Mound performed their second study, and the engineering firm showed that all of the VOC concentrations and other issues things they were looking for were similar in all other communities, and there was no abnormalities around the drill sites. So those are two examples that are as recent as the last couple of 2-3 months in Fort Worth and your neighbor Flower Mound that show very positive results of there's no emission problems with our activities. Some question was brought on our emission controls plan, so I'd like to discuss that somewhat. This is the same plan that you saw at Prologis. This is the same plan that was attached to Prologis and the Prologis site was approved. And I don't remember anybody speaking against that. This exceeds the requirements that the city has in place. And it exceeds the previous plans that have been approved by other oil and gas operators in the city. So we feel that our emission controls plan is very adequate, it's very comprehensive, and is at a level above what the city requires and what you've seen from other operators. Real quick, too, I know this comes into play, and a lot of people ask these questions, we come in and drill these wells, we leave. I'd like to share with you just a little bit about what we've invested in the city of Louisville. Titan to date has invested almost $34 million in the city of Louisville for lease bonuses, encompassing almost 4,200 acres of lands leased. Titan Titan has leased approximately 121 cities of the city-owned land and paid a bonus of almost $500,000. Titan has paid almost $200,000 already in spud fees to the city and $130,000 in permitting fees. In the area alone, Titan has secured over 9,000 leases with an average royalty of 20%. That leasehold represents around 22,000 people in Louisville. We are also currently trying to negotiate with Louisville ISD, as Bobby had spoke about, to lease 325 acres inside of the city for approximately $1.3 million. So the total amount to the resident city and LISD would total almost $36 million. This is upfront paid before any royalties. Now we'll talk about royalties. Based on an average 20% royalty, the anticipated revenue stream for a well is around $4,500 per acre of land, so that gives you a measurement or a metric. These were based on a 3 BCF type well, which is kind of what we use as an industry standard, and $4.25 gas. Assuming full development, as you asked, Mayor, assuming that we were able to drill every well that we could on this pad, we've come up with a total development plan of 20 wells. Those 20 wells will equate to approximately $90,000 per acre of land that's leased. There's 1,291 acres in the B&H unit. Times that 90,000 is $116 million in revenue to the leasehold. And finally, our commitment.
Over what time? I'm sorry, over what time?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Is that a 1 year, or is that a...
No, that's over the life of the wells.
And the life of the well is?
Anywhere between 30 to 40 years, with the majority of that being paid up front, because these wells come on at a very high rate, so the majority of that production is in the first 5 years. So it is a relatively short time span. Titan is committed to excellence in all areas of our operations. We enjoy an excellent safety record and clean environmental compliance record. Our management team has drilled over 1,000 wells in the Barnett with no lost time accidents, no blowouts, no issues. We've had no employee lost time accidents in our company's history. Titan is committing to meeting or exceeding in a lot of ways all the regulations and rules that are put forth by Louisville. We're an industry leader in drilling, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment that minimizes noise and other environmental issues. This is the same rig, the rig that you saw on the Prologis site, which is our H&P 331 Flex 4S rig, will also be used for the B&H site. So you've seen the rig, and this is the same rig that will be used. It's state-of-the-art, top of the line. Titan is committed to being an outstanding corporate citizen, and we look forward to working with the city. I don't have a slide for this, but I would like to say that we do feel like the Prologis site somewhat shows what we can do. The wells were drilled with relatively small leads. We talk about 30 days a well. We're averaging about 20 days a well. So that's good. I like to always give myself a little buffer just in case something goes wrong. From what I understand, and I'm sure Tim could talk about this a little more, we showed the density of that area being more than the B&H site, and it's my understanding that we only received 2 complaints on the Prologis site. One which was remedied very quick with a sound wall modification. So I think we're very quick to respond. I think we've shown that we can be a very good operator in the city, and hopefully the Prologis site, hopefully y'all are proud of it. And I'll be available for any questions you might have now or at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Hold on just a minute. I think City Manager had a couple of questions.
When Bobby was up here, and I don't know if you can answer this, Chris, or Bobby needs to, the traffic volume that was referenced, did it include, in that pre-production phase, that move-in phase, did it include the gravel trucks that are brought in?
It did not. That was just the rig. So the building of the pad and building of the pond was not included in that slide. Okay. And Titan is very aware of the mishap over on McGee when all the gravel trucks showed up all at one time building the pad, and they've remedied that situation as far as the timing of the gravel trucks. That's an easy fix as far as timing how many trucks come in per hour when they're building the pad.
Okay, and did the post-production phase include the fracking part of the operations when there's fracking going on? Is there a change in that truck volume?
That was the middle one during the completion.
That's the half truck per day? Well,
it was more than that. Let me go up to that.
Per hour. Okay, I must have missed that then.
Exactly right. Let's go down. Current slide. I believe it was this one right here.
Might have been in that access section, Bobby.
That's right. It was in the access part. Hang on, right here. Okay, there's your move-in. Now, we do have the gravel trucks that'll come and the equipment to dig the pond. But this is the move-in of the actual rig itself, all the equipment, the generators, the rig, and everything. This is the 35 truckloads over a 2 or 3 day period. Here's the completion stage. This is the fracking stage of 20 trucks over a day and a half period, an average of 1 truck per hour. Completion approximately 1 week, 20 trucks per day during the daylight hours, 1.5 trucks per hour there.
And that would be anticipated any time you're doing fracking?
That's correct. On any well that we're doing fracking on, or Titan's doing fracking. And then the production stage after the fracking's done, you've got approximately 1 truck per well per day.
One thing to clarify what Bobby just said, on a fracking operation, as with Prologis and with B&H, it's anticipated that the wells will be stimulated at the same time. So that means that those 20 loads of the equipment that's brought in to actually frack the well would only move in once. So we'd move in, frack, in the Prologis case, probably 4 wells, and then move out one. So again, we always anticipate fracking all the wells on the site, assuming that we have adequate water resources, that we'll frack all of them at once. So that 20, the move in and move out would only happen once.
But you can always move back in and frack again.
That's a possibility, yes.
How many times do you anticipate refracking a well over its 40-year lifespan?
That's a good question. Honestly, as an engineer, asking me what I've seen and what we've done in the past, we have not seen that refracts of adequately fracked horizontal wells is a good way of producing more oil and gas. We've not. The refract results that have been successful have either been in the early days were refracts of vertical wells that were completed with a different completion fluid, and those were very successful in the Mitchell and Devon days. And the latest results that we've seen from a refract that we've seen positive results have been wells that were drilled early in the play and were inadequately completed by not completing enough stages. An average job 8 years ago for a 2,000 or 3,000 foot lateral probably would have been a 2 or 3 stage job. Now that same job would probably be a 10 or 15 stage job. So we believe we're doing a much better job now of completing the wells and producing the gas that's there, so you don't have to come back and refrac. I don't know of anybody that has pumped a newer design on a very small stage, multiple intervals, gone back and completed a well or refracted a well and had any positive results.
Is there, and forgive my ignorance, is there a difference between the terminology of reworking a well versus fracking it again?
Yes, there is. There's a difference between reworking. Normally refers to something like pulling tubing, pulling the pipe out to do an inspection or do something like that. In the Barnett, you really don't have a lot of true workovers because we don't deal in a very corrosive environment here. So in most cases in this area, maybe reworking and refracking would be the same thing. But reworking normally is some remediation that's done to the well or part of the well, not actually the refracking process.
What's your what would be the escalation in truck traffic if the well flowed back after the initial frac? I've noticed that I've heard a couple of times where people have had to get an emergency variance to get more trucks in.
I don't know what the circumstances would be for that to happen. Was it an emergency issue at the well?
The well is backflowing more water than they anticipated when they fracked. It's coming back faster than they anticipated, so additional truck traffic was recommended.
That could be a good thing or bad thing. It could be a good thing in the fact that the well's strong enough to unload quicker, which is a good thing. It could be a bad thing in the fact if you made any kind of contact with the Ellenberger, which is a zone down below the Barnett that does bear water. The good area about Louisville and the core area of the Barnett is we have a very thick Fiola limestone that sits between the Barnett and the Ellenberger, so our chances of contacting that reservoir are very, very small. What we're dealing with here in the Barnett and in the Louisville area and the Denton County areas, we're dealing with a sequence in the Barnett of almost 450 feet, whereas compared to our Johnson County programs, we're at 300 to 350 feet. It's a very thick Barnett here. There's a lot of gas in place. It's one of the reasons we're attracted to it. But it also takes away a lot of the risks of any types of fracks or mitigation down into the Ellenberger. So that wouldn't be anticipated in these areas.
Thank you.
Anybody else on council have any questions of applicant at this time?
No, sir.
The only thing I'd like to do is correct you a little bit, and I don't know where it fell through, maybe on our side, but we had more than 2 complaints, because I can tell you I had 20 complaints the day the rock trucks blockaded the street. And I was one of the biggest ones, and they sat there and ignored me and told me they wasn't moving anything. I told them, yeah, you are, and finally they got our assistant city manager, Steve Backus, over there, and they got the trucks moved out of the way. They had roads blocked, had people couldn't get out of their neighborhood. Yeah, you had a lot of complaints.
You're right, Mayor. And as Bobby stated, we do understand that was the big issue at B&H was during Prologis during the construction, and we definitely heed that, and we will not have that again.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. Now we're going to get to the majority of you that are here to speak tonight, and I will remind you that each one of you are given 5 minutes to speak. As you see, we have a great number of people here that would like to speak tonight. Each one of you will be given the opportunity to speak. I do ask that you try to respect everyone's time here. I know you've got other things to do in your life, as we do too. But if you're just up here being repetitive, maybe if you come up with better solutions or better ideas or other thoughts instead of the same repetitive thoughts each time would be helpful. But I will give everyone the opportunity to speak. You are not allowed to delegate or yield your time to another person, because we're not going to have any filibustering up here. We don't do that. And so we're not going to give one person a day and a half to speak. But you will be limited to 5 minutes. I trust all of you will do exactly a good job. I'm not worried about it. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. And once again, if I mess up your name, please forgive me. Tom Thompson. Once again, if you'll give your name and address for the record.
Honorable Mayor, Council, Tom Thompson. I own property 2405 Mustang Court. I've been a part of the community since 1963, graduated from high school here in 1976, and that's why I'm concerned this evening. What I see here as I look around the town is a town divided, and I hate that. That's not the Flower Mound, not the Louisville, not the North Texas area that I grew up in. Many of you know me. My wife and I are very active in the community through Rotary, the church, one thing and another. And I love this town. I love this area. I love the sense of community that we've had growing up here in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. And what I see is a lot of emotion, a lot of divisiveness, and I want to speak to that if I may. You know, urban drilling in this neck of the woods has become a pretty volatile thing. We read in the newspaper all the time about what happens in a town that's recently renamed Dish because they got a little bit of money for changing their name, Ponder, Flower Mound. And it's reminiscent to me of battles of a decade or so ago of new home development. When many residents came into this area, started influxing in, they wanted to be a part of this growing, thriving, healthy, and safe community. And everyone that moved in seemed to want to swing the gate shut behind them and say, NIMBY, not in my backyard. And that hurts my heart. It really hurts my heart. We live in a time, if I can change speeds just for a minute, if y'all look around, anything that you're sitting on, touching, looking at, drove to work here in, consumed today, it's made up, it's comprised of petrochemicals, be it oil, be it gas, a byproduct of, or transported of. There's nothing that we use that isn't. We're addicted to it. We're tied to it. I wish we could go back in the days where we had trees and grass and we ran around with fig leaves, but that was long ago in the storybook that started with Genesis, and it's just not the way things are now. Currently, By recent estimate, we import 80% of our crude oil. We import 10% of our natural gas. Now, we're lucky, especially in this neck of the woods and some of the recent shale plays, that we're able to produce more natural gas. But what does natural gas go into? Even our greenest technologies, those hydro cell car things, I don't understand that, but you can't do that hydrogen cell stuff without natural gas. Most of our electricity in Texas is derived from gas-fired plants, and recently you've read where we're doing away with the coal-fired plants. So we're becoming more and more and more dependent on natural gas. We're just there. But what hurts me worse than anything is what we import in natural gas, what we import certainly in crude oil, is actually we're getting that by sending our dollars, and we're already mortgaged to the hilt as a country. I think we read that in the paper lately. We're sending those dollars to people that would, instead of sending us oil, they'd rather be shooting at us. And we've got the ability here in this country to be self-sufficient like our grandparents were. I mean, we've given that up because we've become a society, a culture, if you will, of pretty self-centered, pretty spoiled, pretty selfish people. And I'm one of them. But we got to look at the bigger picture. We got to look at a time in our country when people did things that were uncomfortable, that maybe weren't exactly what they wanted to do for the common good of everybody here. And I think back of my father that served in World War II, my friends, and I barely missed it in Vietnam. Our country's made up of people that have given up their own selfish cause for the common good. And I look around here and I see friends of mine. I see good friends of mine on both sides of the fence, and it hurts me. But you know what? The thing is, guys, we've got an area here that's 470 plus or minus feet away from Tank Battery's the closest thing. They've given a waiver. Okay? We've got a project here that is, as I understand it, approved in principle by you guys and by your technical staff that looks into these sort of things. And may I add, that's based on a lot of time behind you of communities surrounding us that have gone through a lot of labors, a lot of pain to get to those ordinances that y'all have got. It's a safe deal. It's a clean deal. It's a good deal. It's not about me and what's within the confines of my 6-foot-high wood fence. But it really is about me and what's good for my country, the people that I love and the people I care about. And I just wish, and there's people out there going, yeah, he's playing a harp right now or whatever he's doing, that's fine, I don't care. But just get out of yourself for a minute. Think beyond the end of your nose. Think beyond your 6-foot fence. Think about the community. Think about the country. Think about where we are and where we're going. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay St. Clair.
Pastor.
I'm sorry?
I passed.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. Steve Hill.
My name's Steve Hill. I live at 964 Camden Drive here in Louisville. Mayor, council, I just want to get up here and speak in favor of issuing these permits. I was blown away by the sentiments of the last gentleman. I thought he spoke very eloquently on the subject. I won't add a lot to that. What I would say, just to remind people that natural gas is the cleanest of all the hydrocarbons. If you're interested in clean air, it's the best way to go with what we have. 40% of electricity in the United States is produced from natural gas, and it's 80% more efficient to heat your home directly with natural gas than it is to convert electricity first, by the way. A couple things that I took notes of during presentations today, that Titan had made changes specifically to alleviate the concerns of citizens, changing the traffic routes, adding more landscaping, changing the sound barrier, going above and beyond what the city requires. And I think we need to take notice of that. Another thing, I know that this is very close to the Quick Trip, and some people have concerns about that. One of the things I'd like to point out is that you will be 100 times more likely to encounter volatile organic compounds at that Quick Trip than you would ever be at this gas site. They own the property. 2,800 leases in this area. 22,000 people in Louisville that have signed leases. I see a lot of people in this room that have little tags on that says they're for responsible urban drilling, and I don't see anything more responsible than the presentation that I saw here today. Going above and beyond what's required by the city and doing everything they can to give us a clean, safe drilling site. Thank you.
Ivan Castillo.
Ivan Castillo. I live at 1362 Chinaberry Drive. I live close to the Prologis well site, and these guys have been real good neighbors. I don't have any kind of problems. I think what they're doing is good, with the exception of the the truck traffic at the very beginning. I'm here in support of it, asking that y'all approve it. As far as noise or anything related to site, it's a very clean site. The Prologis site is, it's very well landscaped. I have more complaints, about neighbors playing, loud music than, these guys. And, most of the guys, a couple guys that spoke before me have, they pretty much covered, the points that I kind of had. I just ask that you guys approve this. It's good for the community, and, I'm just here in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. John Alderman.
My name is John Alderman, and I'm here to speak in support of the drilling. We've lived at 702 North Valley Parkway since 1972. Both of our children have gone through the school district here, raised here, and still live in the area. I care a lot about the oil and gas industry. I have 2 degrees in petroleum engineering and a degree in environmental science. I've been in the business for about 50 years, and I think that one of the big issues that I've kind of overheard here are the health issues. If you look at it, and in our long history, when I first started, the biggest health issue was people getting crushed, moving pipe, working on the rigs. These were the injuries. As we began to get chemicals and other things began to come in, studies were done. OSHA, in particular, was wanting to protect them. We have all kinds of regulations, OSHA regulations, to protect them. Studies have been done, like I was saying, about the health. What is the health? And is the oil and gas, or is the chemicals causing danger to these people who are working in the field? And that's the first place to go. Whenever you do a study, that's where you go start off with. Look at where the people are working. Look where people are working at it all the time. And how is what they're doing affecting them? Well, the studies I've seen, there was one study that came out that showed, well, there could have been some more higher incidence of cancer. 3 other studies could not repeat those results. So we really don't have any evidence that the oil field workers are seeing that much different effects because of the chemicals that are around. Now, as has been stated, the chemicals they've talked about are not that bad. TCUQ's been doing air studies. The air studies are showing that the area around here has not been changed that much. You're going to get more effects from the probably gas stations and getting a sneak full of benzene and other things when you're filling your gas as you are from those wells. So overall, I'm in support of it. They're right about the fact that we need natural gas. It's a safe, it is environmentally good alternative for energy. And Louisville can do its part. If you look at the benefit that's going to be brought to this particular, to our community, to our schools, to our city, the benefits are going to far outweigh any, I think, very small risk that's there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Laura Metcalf. If you would just go ahead and pull that microphone down. Anyone else that needs to adjust that microphone, feel free to adjust it so we can hear you, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Laura Metcalf. I reside at 409 Misty Lane, which is within 800 feet of the proposed B&H gas well location. When my husband and I first moved in, we were approached by Cherokee to sign our mineral rights. My husband met with Cherokee in Flower Mound, and he was shown a map of where the gas well was going to be located. It was in a 24-acre lot, and it was in the woods away from our property. My husband then questioned the location at that point because he was concerned about the open field near our home on Southwest Parkway. And he was flat out told that it would not be there. Here's an actual document. I'm not sure how to use your... How do I turn this on?
Hold on just a second. I'll have somebody from staff helping me on.
Not Tim.
Listen.
Tim needs to switch it over.
Tim, can you little help with the video out here, please?
Can you get it closer to the yellow? Yeah.
Tim, don't you mess that up. Do you get it? All right.
Yeah, that'll be good. Here's an actual document that was provided to one of my neighbors that clearly indicates that the well would be 3/4 of a mile from his home. And it states his home as 416 Misty Lane. His house is now going to be 650 feet from the well, not 3/4 of a mile. In addition to this, the letter also states that the residents would be receiving an equal of $20,000 or more for by each mineral owner. With the current gas rates and a 1/4 of an acre lot, not an acre, because I think most of us live on a 1/4 of an acre lot, we would expect to see a royalty estimate of $265 a year per well. Now, I just updated my figure there, that the number of acres in the well production units is not 525, it's 629, which would then further reduce the number. We also heard that a lifespan of a well is approximately 20 to 30 years. An MIT study that was conducted in 2009 says that the average lifespan of a well is 7.5 years. So if we were to multiply 7.5 years by $265, that would not even give us $2,000 per well. Not much less $20,000. Now, Bobby also stated that they had 88% and 91% of the signed leases. Now, I want to go ahead and clearly show how most of these leases were obtained. I don't know what's wrong. Oh, I'm covering it up. Okay. It was misleading information from the start. The information that was provided led us to believe that the gas well will be located away from our homes. Initially, residents signed over the mineral rights, thinking that this well would be located in the Bonita site, which was then provided an update later on saying that that was a flood zone and that it would be located in the Ingram drill site. Now they are trying to put this in a 10-acre lot, where the first house, the Wilkinson's home, is going to be 501 feet from the well. Not only is that a major impact to them, but to the rest of the neighborhood.
Ma'am, that your time is up. Are you finished, or?
Just want to go ahead and state some comments that were made by residents of the Prologis site that were within the 800 feet. They gave us permission to say their names. Dina Doan at 1302 Jasmine says that Titan told her that the well would be up, or the rig would be up, 30 to 45 days, and it's been there since April. Betty Montana, resident of 1306 Daffodil, signed her mineral rights over after she was told that the gas well would be located near I-35, also away from her property. Now she lives so close to the well that she hears a constant hum, and this lady is hard of hearing. So, just want to end with that our community should not have to pay for the lack of due diligence on valid sites. I understand that the Bonita site is now a flood zone, and the first proposed Ingram site is also a flood zone. It's unfair to our community, and they should do their homework to find a site that does not affect the quality of life of residents.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Bandana Nayak.
Good job.
Mayor, my name is Vandana Nayak. I live on 405 Dumas Court, and I'm a resident of Fox Creek Estates for 10 years now, almost 10 years. I don't want to repeat a lot of information that she said. She covered a lot of things I want to say. But one main thing I want to talk about is we moved into Louisville, and we moved into this neighborhood because of the safe neighborhood that it is, because of the green belt around it, the parks and the amenities of Louisville. I have 2 small children, and I would not want the property value of our houses to go down because of a well getting located so close. And as most people in this room, you can understand that one of the major investments of our life as we work and pay mortgage is our home. So that's the main thing I want to talk about. For a small amount, like she pointed out, like $200, we don't want to lose a lot of money over our property, and I think it's in the city's best interest to have property values retained in your community because it directly affects your property taxes also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chad Metcalf.
Chad Metcalf, 409 Misty Lane. First thing I'd like to do is give you some petitions that we have.
Sure.
336 signatures that post the well. Also, I'd like to give you a spreadsheet that talks about the
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Really what I want to talk about is how poor this location actually is. And I'm going to start off with showing the other sites that Louisville has, and I do appreciate the city giving me this information that I requested a while back. So the first thing, if someone could help me operate this, it would be wonderful. Oh, it's up there. Great. This is the first well. This is an Ace Lane, and you can see the red circle there. That's within the 800-foot radius. So you can see it's a pretty good spot to put a well. There's not really any homes or anything around that. So I know you guys have seen this before, but I don't think the people in the room have. Here is another well. This is a Cobb site. The Cobb site, if you take a look at this is the 800-foot radius right here. Again, you look at that site, and the exposure to our community is very minimal. So, again, a decent place to put a well. You take a look at the Duncan site. Duncan site, the outer red perimeter there of that circle, that is the 800-foot radius of that site. Nothing around there. Again, we're not against drilling, but we're against doing it in the wrong location. The Chin site, now this site has some apartments in it. If you look at this over here, you can barely see it. There's actually apartments inside of that. If you're not a property owner in the city of Louisville, you don't get notified if you're within 800 feet of a well. No one in that apartment was aware or got notified that there actually was going to be a well that close to their homes, or their dwellings, I guess I should say. The next site, which Chris and Bobby mentioned earlier, is most like the one that we possibly are dealing with at the B&H, and this is a Prologis site. You can take a look at this site, and you can see, now my map is a little bit different than theirs. I counted, and you can see this is the actual submission they gave to the city. There are 25 residents that are inside the 800-foot zone when it pertains to the wellhead, which I think that's what the ordinance was at that time, and they only had to notify those individuals. So you've got some exposure there. Really, the rest of it, though, all the other sides of it's some pretty open land, and you didn't have anybody come up and protest that well. Now, of course, we've got individuals that have signed that. My wife has mentioned some comments from individuals. We've knocked on doors over there and got some direct feedback, and so people are concerned that are over there now. So let's go ahead and take a look at the B&H site. B&H site. Now, the 800-foot radius, let me move this up and down, is where my finger is where it starts. And you can see it, pretty much around the whole thing. What you have inside of this is you have 60 townhomes and homes inside of this. Now there's 80 more condominiums that are here, only 14 are developed now, and so you're going to have the potential of another 80 residents that are going to be inside that. Those are just the homes and townhomes. The apartments, you've got 114 apartments right here in these buildings here that are exposed to this well. So you talk about the number of people that are exposed to it, it's much greater. Bear with me, I'm almost done. Last thing I want to talk about here is this site that they're proposing. If I can get you to see this. You look at the frac pond. The frac pond is actually 65 feet from the brick of the first home. They've already marked it out there. I've gone out and measured it. Feel free to do so. It is 91 feet, when you look at the top red arrow, from the property line of that house. When you take a look at the arrows to the right, within 500 feet of a gas station, 55 feet from a gas line, and you've got a creek that runs behind it, and that creek is within 200 feet of the well head, and, bear with me, 65 feet from the actual pad. Doesn't seem to be a very smart place to put a well. Now, we appreciate you giving us the time and having the hearing, obviously, because you're concerned about the people that are within the 800-foot radius. So let's take a look and see what they say. Not very many people showed up to Titan's meeting the other day because we've already talked to just about everybody within that 800-foot radius. I'll try to move this around a little bit. I'll really just get over here for people to see. You have 41 total residents as of townhomes and homes, not those apartments. Out of that, you have 3 that are vacant, and we did not make contact with only 5 of them. And you have this spreadsheet up there with you as well. So we were 100% of the people that we contacted, which is 33 on those residents, knocking on their doors, signed our petition and opposed as well. The second thing, if you look at the apartments, 119 apartments down there. We were able to go, we feel, first of all, that they should be aware also, maybe in future ordinances, that everybody that lives within that proximity of the well is notified. So we have 119 apartments. We went and we knocked on the doors. We had 60 people, residents, come that we were contacted, and 97 of those, or 58 of those, which is 97%, signed our petition. So 100% of townhomes and homes, 97% of the people that we contacted, only 2 out of the 60 that we contacted inside of this radius did not sign it. And they weren't for the well. They were just concerned on signing a petition. So a couple of comments that Bobby made about the well, or about no one showing up that they were concerned about it. Obviously, you see the room is full. And it's full because of that reason, mainly. I'm sure there are people that are for it. They're unaware about how they got these mineral rights with the untruths, I guess you could say.
Okay, your time is up. If you'd wrap it up, please. All right. Are you finished, or?
Thank you.
Ron Wilkinson. And when I tell you your time's up, I'm not meaning that you have to stop right then. If you'll wrap it up, kind of like the other lady did, if you just kind of wrap it up real quick at that point, I'd appreciate it. All right, thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Wilkinson.
My name is Ron Wilkinson. I live at 400 Misty Lane, which is the one that's right on the border of the drill site that's going up. Hope everybody can hear me back there. The sound isn't quite carrying outside the door. What I want to propose tonight is a little bit more on a personal issue as opposed to overall, then I'll kind of get a little bit to the city level. I myself, me and my family, we've lived in Louisville for 27 years as a taxpayer here. Both of our children were raised, went through the Louisville school system, and we consider this our home, and we plan to stay in Louisville. We moved into the Fox Creek Estates about 10 years ago with the assumption from the real estate agent at the time that it was all residential going there. So we didn't have any idea that there would be a drill site going up. There's been a lot of growth for those that have been in the Louisville area for a number of years, 20-plus years. We've seen huge growth in the surrounding communities, Flower Mound, Coppell, Highland Village, which has also sparked a lot of growth within our community as well. And within that growth, you'll see that you've got a lot of residences around the surrounding areas, where Coppell is south of us. You see homes going up in Louisville on the southern side, Flower Mound kind of to the west of us, and up north near Highland Village. So you see the city that's circumferenced by some of your larger homes, 200,000 plus, and then in the core in the middle of the city is the original city, which you've got maybe not quite so high of residents there, but where I'm going with that is taxpayers, because it's all about revenue and it's all about money that we have to take a look at and make sure that everything's balanced as well as quality of life. So when we start taking a look at that, one of the things that we would want to address is the best and highest use of the site. So when we take a look at the drill site in itself, it's got a limited lifespan. Now, whatever Louisville would be making off that, the drill site would normally be there for roughly 7 years. So that's what we would be taking a look at as far as what you would be getting, and I don't know if you would get any residual after that. But at that time, when the drilling is done, even if the drilling happened in year 1 and there was no results, it's capped off at that point, and it's my understanding that you cannot build on top of an actual drill site, drill the wellhead. So you would have to find something that would have to go around it, and who's going to build a residence, who's going to build their business on top of some drill well that's actually been exposed and just has a literal cap sitting on top of it. So there's limited revenue from that piece of it, but you might be able to answer a little bit more for us on that piece of it. Also, too, with that drill site, you're also talking about massive amounts of water. I hear numbers like 100 to 150 million gallons of water that needs to be pumped every time they frack that well. So with that, if you take a look at the drought that we're going through, the water, potential rationing that we're going through with this heat wave, you're going to be taking away from our public water system. And it's not just the one well site, the drill site, it's going to be each one that's going up. So there's quite a bit that's going to be taken out from that, too, which is a concern of mine as well. Now, I want to kind of expand a little bit out from just the drill site itself into the community. In our particular area, there has been very little home sales. Everybody is happy. Our homes have pretty much stayed pretty solid without a lot of movement. But just within the past few months with this going up, you'll see a lot of homes going up for sale, and that's for people that are leaving. And when we start taking a look at property values, people talk about, well, we don't want this to drop the property value that we're currently living in. There's 3 aspects that we have to take a look at. The first one is we are in tough economic times. People's residual values on their properties probably have gone down a little bit. So whatever the property is now may not be what they expect it to be, but with a drill site, that's probably going to take it down even further. I know that my home is right up against the wall of this potential drill site. I firmly believe I will never be able to sell my home with that sitting right there with a 20-foot wall against my fence that close. It's not going to sell for any price. So when you take a look at that, then you're also going to be looking at homes where they have dropped so low because of the drill site, you're going to start going into foreclosures. People who go and leave because they can't be in the community anymore, they can't afford it, they're losing all their equity in it. As those homes start going into foreclosure, then your property drops even more. And where I'm going with that also too is it's throughout the Louisville area. It seems like the whole residential area that we've got within the city is where you're putting drill sites up. Because we're also taking a look at by Memorial Park, we looked up at Ace Lane, which is kind of north. Is it going to stop, or is there going to be more petitions for more sites? So I just want to voice my concerns there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mimboa Robert Lee. Hope I didn't mispronounce it too badly, sir.
It's okay. You can just call me Robert. My name is Robert. I'm the homeowner for Misty Lane in the Fox Creek community. And here I want to express my concern about the gas drilling and share my personal experience because of the gas drilling. I'm the homeowner for Misty Lane, and I lived in that home for more than 10 years. I moved out this home recently because of the gas drilling. So before I moved out, I spent a lot of time to try to purchase a new home. Now I'm trying to sell my home. So I have my personal experience as a homeowner, as a previous buyer, and as the current seller. I want to share my pain and share my experience so others can know it. And I know many people who don't live in that community, they don't close to that community, they think they are okay. Previously, I thought I'm also okay. When I heard those bad news from Flowermount, I thought I stayed from those places, I will be okay. But now the things happen to me. I believe things will happen to others if we allow this gas drilling. Because once they start to drill here, they will continue to other places. And as I said, as a homeowner, we learned a lot of things about bad things about gas drilling, so we decided to move out. And when we purchased the home, we also learned from other residents in Flowermount. Many people had a similar concern, and we learned many people stay away from Flowermount because of the gas drilling. In the beginning, we considered Flowermount. We thought we could purchase one as long as we stay far away from the gas drilling, we will be okay. After we signed contract in Flowermount home, we learned Titan already planned to drill site there. We have to break our contract. And that's the bad thing we already suffered. And as a home seller, we invest a lot in our home and try to put it into market. We put well below the market value. We had a lot of people visit our home. They gave us very good feedback, and they like our home. But the last thing they mentioned is because of the gas drilling, they don't want to consider. So I learned in China, and there's one good thing is, if you don't want something happen to you, don't do to others. Many people I heard from people, I hope I heard wrong. I heard something like, you should sacrifice for the common benefits because the country needs oil, the country needs gas. That remind me of what happened in BP. So I'm just wondering how those families who lost life in their family member think about that. Should they be proud of the loss of their family member life because they sacrifice for the oil we need? We all need to think again about it. We strongly urge you to stop the gas drilling. If you allow this one, then there will be next one come to different community. More people will suffer like me, and many more things many people will suffer more. And please stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Wendy. Did I pronounce that right, ma'am?
You sure did.
Oh, good. I'm getting better at this.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, my name is Emily Wendy, and I live at 440 Misty Lane. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I have lived in the Louisville area most of my life. I graduated from Louisville High School. My mother retired from the city of Louisville as the assistant director of the Louisville Library. She started her career with the city at the library that once stood on this site. Our home on Misty Lane is the second house we've owned in Louisville. It is our dream home. It is the right size, location, and mix of urban and semi-rural life we wanted. We were thrilled to find the home and happy that we could still call Louisville home. We are horrified that this beautiful neighborhood will change to a not-so-nice place to live if a gas well is allowed on the vacant lot. The quality of life we've searched for and finally found could be taken away from ourselves and many other Louisville residents. In addition to a change in our quality of life, we are concerned for our health. We are all aware that there has been much debate over the health and environmental risk of gas wells. Titan provided 11 MSD sheets for the chemicals/materials that they will be using during the fracking process. Under the inhalation section for each, the MSDS sheet references negative health effects such as irritation or burns of the respiratory tract or mucous membranes, nausea, vomiting, headaches, dizziness, central nervous system depression, and coughing. I am not a chemical expert, but as a resident that is about 1,000 feet of where they will be injecting these chemicals into the ground, I am concerned. I find it hard to believe that it can be healthy for anyone to be exposed to this mix of chemicals. Once pumped in the ground, how can we be certain that the chemicals don't leach into the soil or spill when being pumped out? A health and safety case study by the Texas Oil and Gas Accountability Project, published April 2011, notes that citizens across 24 counties reported similar respiratory complaints and symptoms associated with gas drilling, but they are often dismissed as unrelated to the gas wells. The study also notes that fluids used during the fracking process can include cancer-causing chemicals such as benzene and chromium. From the Living with the Boom section of this study, throughout the Barnett Shale, residents are concerned about the air pollution from oil and gas operations and the risk of groundwater and surface water contamination by fracking chemicals. Health problems have become central issues, with many residents complaining of odors, dizziness, nosebleeds, headaches, agitation, and in some cases more severe symptoms. Livestock have died. Homes have been abandoned on the advice of physicians. The industry denies the risk, and state regulators downplay them, saying there are no definitive links between drilling, fracking, and production operations and residents' complaints and symptoms. The study mentions other emissions and odors that come from chemicals that naturally occur when gas is flared or fuel is burned. When drilling waste or fluids return to the surface, they often end up in open tanks or pits and may emit VOCs. These chemicals can readily become airborne, inhaled, swallowed, or penetrate the skin. 90% of these chemicals are harmful to the brain, nerves, lungs, and digestive system. 80% can affect the heart, blood, and kidneys, and 67% can affect the immune system. The study presents several examples of residents' experiences. For example, in October 2010, Argyle parents voiced concern reporting health problems. In the baseline test completed before the installation of gas facilities, 7 of the 84 air contaminants typically tested for were detected. In an air quality test completed recent to the study publication and after resident complaints, 65 of the 84 contaminants were detected. According to Denton Record Chronicle, the Argyle School District signed leases to allow the drilling on its property and received $680,000 from these leases. Susan Knoll, a Bartonville resident, pointed out that amount would not cover the cost of treating one child with leukemia. Another case study mentions a resident of Fort Worth who lives in an area with multiple gas wells located in 1 square mile. The resident complained that she was experiencing nausea, massive nosebleed, and severe headaches. Air testing results were reviewed and found compounds that would result in acute irritation issues to oxygen deficiency potential. Another study documents the experience of a resident who was in excellent health prior to moving to Wise County. Shortly after moving, she began experiencing difficulties breathing, nausea, headaches, angry red rashes, ping-pong ball-sized lumps on her neck. She saw 8 different doctors. None could determine an illness, but one specialist suggested she was suffering from environmental exposures. After comparing her medical records to a log of spills, releases, and air testing from the gas wells on a neighbor's property, she determined her episode coincided with the gas well's activity. Gentlemen, my neighbors and I strongly believe that the health and well-being of the residents of Louisville is far more valuable than some small amount of money we'll receive from these leases. Quoting Charles Caleb Colton, "The poorest man would not part with health for money, but the richest would gladly part with all their money for health." Thank you.
Robert Anderson? Robert Anderson?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm getting my composure here.
Go ahead. Don't worry about it.
So, my name is Rob Anderson, and I live at 448 Misty Lane. I would like to talk about how this well will be using our local water resource to perform the fracking process. I've done some research and have found out that this well will fill a frack pond on site and use Louisville drinking water, a resource we currently get from Lake Louisville. As you know, North Texas continuously struggles to keep water levels up in our water reservoirs due to high drought conditions every year. This also includes our main water source, Lake Louisville. I'd like to highlight some points on how this can affect the water that will be used in the fracking process. They go as follows. Each well requires 1 to 5 million gallons of water to initially frack. On average, you can assume about 3 million gallons. Each site will typically have 10 to 20 wells. On average, you can expect around 16 wells on this site. Each well will require fracking more than once in its lifetime. You can assume about 5 times. That is a total, on average, of almost 250 million gallons of water per site. Just to let you know, the city does not have any sort of gray water distribution system. The drillers instead will use treated potable drinking water for the fracking process. After fracking, the water is laced with contaminants including carcinogens, poisons, and radioactive materials. It cannot be treated and recycled back as drinking water and must be disposed of via injection wells outside Louisville. Louisville does not allow it to be injected here. This should give you a clue as to the hazards this can cause to our underground water found around the county. In doing so, the city loses an average of 250 million gallons of water per drill site over its lifetime that would otherwise have been returned to Lake Louisville after normal use and normal treatment, where it would be drawn back into the water treatment plants and turned into potable water. That is per drill site. Multiply that by the number of drill sites, and that is water Lake Louisville and this city will never see again. In fact, despite the argument that there is a water cycle, and that all water that ever was still is, one has to ask, is it still water if it cannot be used as water ever again? Or isn't it a chemical cocktail that no one can drink, irrigate with, wash with, or otherwise use again? And there is also the ever-looming question about contaminated aquifers resulting from shale fracturing that can permanently alter the permeability of subsurface strata, open fissures, and create subsurface interconnections that never previously existed, and leave groundwater and the ground itself irreparably contaminated. At a time when we are in a statewide drought leading to dried up aquifers, stock ponds, lakes, and rivers that provide cities and livestock with their sources of essential water, and cities statewide are setting increased stringent water use restrictions in order to conserve, the city of Louisville needs to be acting as a responsible stewards of a resource far more precious than shale natural gas. You can live without gas. Man did it for centuries. But you will die without water. FYI, we are currently 5 inches below annual rainfall, and just want to let you guys know that. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Well, just to let you know, since she told you about 5 inches below the rainfall, every council meeting, at the end of the meeting, where's Carol?
She's stuck outside.
Oh, she's stuck outside. We don't have enough room for her. But we have a director of our public works that almost every council meeting, because of our prior mayor, Gene Carey, he used to always ask her, so we continue that. We always ask her the level of the lake, how we doing. And I will say our lake is down right now, but that is because of the rainfall. So you can stay to the very end of the meeting now tonight, and in our reports you'll hear the lake level. But we're going to let you hold that for a surprise at the end, okay? Okay. Tammy Hale. Little banana, little humor there, huh? Little.
I'd like to thank you for your time tonight. My name is Tammy Hale. I live at 449 Misty Lane. And allowing the B&H well to be drilled at Southwest Parkway and Misty Lane is a huge safety issue. Southwest Parkway is a highly traveled road with S-curves, restricted visibility, and restricted access. There are only two major entrances onto Southwest Parkway, from 121 and Bel Air Drive. There is another small side street with many twists and turns that does lead to 121 to Southwest Parkway. In the past 2.5 years, there have been 51 accidents on Southwest Parkway. Adding the 18-wheelers to bring in and take out drill equipment will impede traffic further and can cause more accidents. Titan mentioned the 1 to 1.5 trucks per hour for 30 days. That's 1,000 trucks a month. It also takes 137 trucks to remove the wastewater from the fracking pond. I personally have seen near collisions with cars that have turned left onto Southwest Parkway from 121 and then waiting to turn left into the QT parking lot. So this holds up traffic in both directions on Southwest Parkway. It's a tight turn there, and trucks cannot turn without taking up all 3 lanes of Southwest Parkway and 121. That will hold up traffic on both 121 and Southwest Parkway. I spoke with the fire marshal earlier this month, and I was told traffic control would be there when the trucks were there and they would be directing traffic. I interpreted this to mean that through traffic will be blocked to give the right-of-way to the trucks. This could tie up major traffic not only on Southwest Parkway but on 121. And if anyone has traveled 121 at the major peak travel times, you know how bad it backs up. Adding 18-wheelers to this will just further impede traffic and cause additional accidents. The large trucks can also cause wear and tear on these roads. I doubt Southwest Parkway was built to carry 18-wheelers, especially that many that many in that short a time. And what's going to happen in a few months when the road is torn up due to the trucks? Will the city replace it? What route will the trucks take if the road's under construction or blocked for any reason? Adding these trucks increases the possibility of accidents. In the event there was an accident on the drill site or on Southwest Parkway due to a truck, and emergency equipment is needed, Southwest Parkway would be blocked off to allow entrance or exit of emergency vehicles. If there was need to evacuate homes in Fox Creek Estates, the townhouses across Southwest Parkway, and the apartments, everyone would have to be directed down Southwest Parkway to Bel Air Drive. It would take hours to get everyone out of that area with only one exit. If there were another emergency in the area, such as somebody with a heart attack or a fire, and Southwest Parkway and 121 are blocked, emergency vehicles have to go around to Bel Air Drive to get to Southwest Parkway, taking precious minutes that could save a life. The other issue I want to mention is the brick wall construction. The soundproof walls are ugly. We've driven by the other wells, and they're ugly. You can build the brick wall and put all the trees and landscaping around it you want to. It's still a brick wall. My grandmother always said, you can put lipstick and a dress on a pig, teach it to dance, but at the end of the night, it's still a pig.
I will say her grandmother's humor was much better than mine. R. Neil Ferguson.
I'm the closer. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Councilman, Mr. King, staff, and citizens. My name is Arniel Ferguson. I live at 1097 Holly Lane here in Louisville. I've lived there for 21 years. Most of you probably know me if you come to these meetings. I'm an ARCO oil and gas retiree. I receive a paycheck, a retirement check, I should say, every month from British Petroleum. Fair warning, my comments, once again, will have more words than the entire best practices section of the B&H site emissions plan. You have already heard from concerned citizens opposing the B&H drill site. You've heard about misinformation used to induce lease signing, both where the well would be and how much royalty lessees would be receiving. You've heard concerns about truck traffic and accidents on Southwest Parkway, grave concerns about health, about our own future water supply, and the potential spills into Timber Creek, serious property value and neighborhood decline concerns, concerns about suitable transitioning from commercial ventures on 121 to multi and then single-family residences moving west by placing what can only be called an industrial process plant with unregulated emissions in between, and a very real concern about best and highest use of this land and the future of the city's development patterns. You have heard how new natural gas plays near San Antonio, I'm not sure this was brought up, but I'll bring it up now, have been sold off for billions of dollars to China, disproving the notion that domestic gas drilling is all for America's energy independence, as opposed to driller profits amid a growing domestic natural gas glut. And you have heard published data reports that the lifetime of Barnett Shale wells is not only less than originally reported, but declining as drillers move into fringe areas such as Louisville, further reducing royalties. I want to bring to your attention two more items in closing. First, Ed Ireland, a very noted drilling industry paid economist, said that the big seven drillers in the Barnett Shale account for two-thirds of the emissions, and combined they emit 21 tons of VOCs per day. That's tons per day, every day. Add another estimated 10 tons per day for the other one-third non-mainstream drillers, and the total industry claim is around 31 tons per day. However, the recent well-publicized Eastern Research Group study estimates that Fort Worth alone is emitting 57 tons per day, twice what the industry claims for the entire Barnett Shale. These are disturbing numbers, and credibility goes to Eastern Research, who actually studied emissions with real monitoring equipment. While we will not have the number of wells here that Fort Worth has, the impact per adjacent neighborhood is no different. But hold that thought for a moment. Many folks came here tonight to oppose this drilling site. That's not always opposition to drilling for these same leased minerals from another location, such as Convergence Center's expansive property, so that royalty recipients could still receive that royalty check they desperately want. It is in opposition to this location. In preparation for the possibility of this permit, area residents began air quality sampling over a year ago to establish an annual baseline. They also have made contact with a senior research study analyst who is here tonight to collect baseline data on incidences of cancer, asthma, other respiratory, skin, and physical disorders in the neighborhood by gender, age, and location. And they have begun collecting data for a baseline of property values and days on market, both in their neighborhood and similar neighborhoods. All three baseline studies will continue to monitor trends in the neighborhood should you grant this permit. And should any data begin to trend significantly different than the baseline and area norms, I will tell you this: either this city or Titan or both of you will be in the crosshairs. And that overused defense of saying plaintiffs lack sufficient historical data to prove cause, well, as the saying goes, that dog won't hunt. Look around this room. For the most part, these folks opposed the B&H location. They did not know each other 3 weeks ago. Look at them now and ask yourself, how organized are they in just 3 weeks? And now ask yourself, how much more organized and committed will they be if any of their studies begins to skew from the norm? These are the citizens that hired you. We all talk about police and fire protection, but the overall expectation is that you will protect their lives, their families, their property. Business has a place in Louisville, but not when it becomes a threat to safety, well-being, and the quality of life and future growth of our city. Do the right things for the citizens of Louisville. Deny this permit.
Bandana Nyack. believe I already called Vandana Nayak, didn't I? Didn't I, that earlier? Yes. Thank you. Craig Fincher.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Happy to be here before you this evening. My name is Craig Fincher, 400 Jenkins Lane in Louisville. So rather than repeating much of the information that we've heard this evening, I simply ask you to use the power that's given to you by the city's oil and gas ordinance and deny this permit that's before you. Thank you very much for your time.
Give me a minute here. Fortis Agabondan. I am so sorry, ma'am. I apologize. I apologize. If you would, please state it so I'll know how. Please.
Yeah, that's okay. Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council members, and fellow citizens, you all honorable as well. Just listen because I have an accent. I live in 401 Misty Lane.
And your name again, so I know how.
Ofiorishe Agbontine. Ofiorishe Agbontine. But people call me Ofi. You know it's difficult, but I love my name. Okay. Right. I live at 401 Misty Lane, opposite that gas well. And my honorable Misty Lane citizens and residents, they've said it all. I don't need to go on saying what they've said. But the deal is, the Titan people, they're just liars. They came deceiving people. And I think it was only me, 401 Misty Lane, and my neighbor and his wife. We were the only people I guess didn't sign because they deceived every other person to sign. But signature is not the issue because you don't beg me to give me money. That's what I told the guy. So there's something behind you. You are a liar. If you keep coming to me to beg me to sign something, do you find me wanting? The Lord has met all my wants and my needs, and I don't need you. You are fishy, and that is what today is about. They are just, it's not going to work. I'm an RON, and I'm a public health nurse. I lived in Nigeria, I lived in London before I moved to this great country, the United States of America. We love it here. We've lived in Louisville for 11 years, and I do personally beg you to not grant these permits to the Titans because it's not worth it. That money is peanuts, and our health is important. And I love Louisville. I love America, and God bless this country. Thank you, sir.
Marcy Ayers. Marcy Ayers.
I'm Marcy Ayers, and I live at 457 Misty Lane. I want to thank you for taking the time to letting me speak tonight. I, as a wife, a mother, and a homeowner, am against Titan drilling on this proposed site in Southwest Parkway. When my husband and I had built our house, we were first-time parents and wanted a home that we could have for years to come. A home that we could bring our children to and our grandchildren to. We wanted a home that was safe and a safe neighborhood that we could grow up with. As a mother, I want a safe home for my children and for myself, safe for my family's health. As a homeowner, I want a home that is worth the investment that I've placed in it over the years. The drilling site at Titan has proposed puts all that hard work in jeopardy. I want to ask this council members this. What if this was happening to you? What if this was your family that was being put in danger from the chemicals that would leak into the soil or the fumes in the air? What if it was your house that you were about to lose your entire investment with? Other homes have been known to depreciate up to 75% in Wise County from being near a drilling site. I suffer from migraines, and the fumes can set off my migraines. There have been documented cases where there are tumors, dizziness, nausea, headaches, and damage to internal organs from all of this. How would it make you feel if your children's lives were at stake? How would it make you feel if you were sick all the time and unable to work? How would you feel if because of the drilling, you owed more on your house than your house was worth? None of us will be able to sell our houses that are near this drilling site because very few people will want to live in such close proximity to something that noisy and that dangerous. If Titan is telling you it's safe, then they're lying to you just as they've lied to us. If Titan is telling you spills don't happen, then ask them to explain what happened in Flower Mound 2 weeks ago. They had a spill. Flower Mound still doesn't know the extent of the impact on the environment from what that small spill what happened with that small spill. Argyle has drilling sites next to their high school that has caused the sickness rate in the schools to more than double. Children are suffering from dizziness and nausea. We as a city voted you in as our voice. We asked you to be our representatives and to listen to what we wanted and make decisions that were in best interest for the citizens. We are the ones that voted you in to be our voice, not Titan. So I urge you to be our voice, to listen to what we have to say, and to vote for the comfort and safety of our people. Say no to this drilling site. We are not against Titan drilling, but we were told that it was going to be a mile away from our home, not within 500 feet. Titan can still get to our gas under our lands, but they can do it from a safe distance from our homes. Please keep our families and our homes safe, and I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll pass that. Whoops. Thank you. Michael Mariani. I hope I didn't butcher it too bad, sir.
I've heard worse.
Well, good.
Marinella, marijuana.
Well, at least I got Michael right, huh?
You got Michael right. It's Mariani.
Mariani. I apologize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I appreciate your time. I've had a little bit of a longer letter, but I condensed, and I'd like to thank Chris for pointing out to us in his presentation that the air quality emissions control will be handled within reasonable expenses. Maybe sometime you could be gentlemanly enough to point out how you define reasonable. Point one, has anyone truly considered why we are here tonight? Why are we even discussing this? Why has not this matter regarding oil drilling in Louisville already been addressed and resolutions passed to prohibit such drilling in a residential area? Why are you even considering allowing drilling within this area? If, as Titan Cherokee has explained in the past, they drilled miles under the surface, why not then, from an existing well site, simply begin to have the drilling come in from this direction and then drill down? Is the efficacy of this well such that it is more critical than the well-being of the residents? Is Titan so focused on earnings more so than time that is willing to be unconcerned with the residents of the city of Louisville? Most importantly, I cannot comprehend why the city of Louisville would allow drilling and setting up the infrastructure required to support it and support it for 10 years or so, that this well would be within hundreds of feet of existing residential area, 1,000 feet of a gas station, tens of thousands of gallons of gas, and within a couple thousand feet of an elementary school. Mr. Gilmore?
Yes.
Thank you for paying attention. I need to ask you all, what are you thinking? I do not question your integrity, Mayor. I do not question your character, Mr. Gilmore. But I do question, sincerely, your level of decision-making, sound judgment, and therefore your leadership based on your decisions to even allow such discussions, negotiations, and/or meetings on the subject matter to take place to this degree. I ask, is this leadership? Or is this total disrespect, lack of concern, and utter disregard for those who place faith in you to protect the residents of the city whose well-being has been placed into your hands? Finally, I wish to question Titan and the city officials. If this well is permitted, what happens to the site after the drilling is completed? Just to say that it will be returned to its previous state is incomplete. Can it be turned into a park? Can those who visit the park be safe? Can homes be built there once again? If not, why not? If homes in a park can't be be built there, then you've answered the questions on the safety of this site in a residential area. As the Denton Record-Chronicle reported on October 24th, written by Lowell Brown, quote, frankly, the health, the environmental impacts of living near natural gas well production are well known and well documented. Wilson told Argyle school board members, and anyone who disputes or ignores it at this time is just willfully ignorant or negligent. You must be held accountable for your decisions. If you can say to this audience and to yourselves that you would permit this well to be within several hundred feet of your home, which could impact your valued, your wives, your children, and your grandchildren, then I finally seriously question your perceptions of reality, that they're so distorted that you're incapable of sound judgment. And with this lack of sound judgment, Mr. Mayor, how could you be capable of making sound business decisions to benefit those you govern? I therefore highly recommend that all the residents who are in this meeting tonight take a very active approach and inform no less than 3 of your neighbors, 3 of your friends, 3 of your business associates, and so on, to request them to tell 3 of their neighbors, and so on, and demand that if this permit is granted, that you make a commitment to voting out each and every member of City Council, Mayor Euchre, Mayor Pro Tem Durham, and the City Manager, Mr. King, and Mr. Gilmore, Mr. Vaughn, and Mr. Gorina, and Mr. Durham. Vote them out. That is the power we have. Maybe we as a citizen group can even look into impeachment processes for violation of ordinances or fiduciary responsibilities that the members of the City of Louisville have not performed or performed irresponsibly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Jessica Anderson. What do you got? You support? Oh, he's against. He's against.
Hello.
You want to pull that down just a little bit, Jessica, so we can make sure we hear you? Thank you. There you go.
Hi, my name is Jessica Anderson, and I live on 448 Misty Lane. I think putting a drilling complex in our neighborhood will not just be bad for us, but bad for wildlife too. All those happy and satisfied animals don't want to die. Chemicals that you will put in the ground will harm the earth, community, and nature. The chemicals will not just harm the earth, but it will also pollute our air. And last but not least, killing animals is almost the same thing as killing people. And animals do matter as well as people. If Jesus didn't want animals, he wouldn't have put them here to roam the earth with us. And thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you, ma'am. John Lang, is it? Lane?
I think he just walked out the door, Mayor. L-Y-N-G?
It's hard to tell, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, is John Lane not here? Or Lay?
It's Wayne, I think.
Lane?
Wayne.
Wayne?
Lane.
It's hard to read.
What's his address?
Lives on Ridgeway. Okay.
Maybe just walked out.
We'll try it again here in a minute. Maybe he'll be back. Robert Griever. Groover. I'm sorry, sir. I beg your pardon.
You're not bad. It's
Apologize, sir.
Mayor and Council, thank you for the chance to be heard. Thank you for...
If you state your name and address for the record.
Beg your pardon. Robert Groover, 1811 South Valley Parkway. I wanted to say that I appreciate your listening to all of us. I feel like we're facing an enormous sales effort. The companies who stand to make money out of this stand to make a whole lot of money. They have done a lot of these presentations, and we haven't. One analogy that comes to my mind is who knows more about home security, the people who live in the home or the people who visit homes to test out their security. We're the amateurs here. We're up against professionals, and we're counting on you to protect us and our children. I want to say just 3 things. Number one, as I mentioned at a council meeting last year, I like heavy industry. I've been a member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers since 1978. I've been on drill rigs, I've been on drilling sites, I've visited steel mills, I've visited coal-fired power plants. I like big technology. I've visited nuke plants. But you know what? Those don't belong in a residential neighborhood. This is incredibly destructive to come into the middle of this city where there are a lot of residences because once you bring in this kind of heavy industry, it's a one-way street. It doesn't go back. One of the things I found out, I do a little genealogy, and I found out looking back in some of my family's past that some of us came through places in New Jersey that, I didn't really think of being residential areas because they're not anymore. They're heavy development areas. Once you have, as many of my many of my neighbors and fellow citizens have said, nobody is going to buy next to a drill site. Now, what happens over a few years? You get a ripple effect. You get unsaleable houses that are the closest ones, and you're going to get foreclosures. You're going to get houses running down, some of them, and that radiates. And even after the well gets plugged, there is still going to be that effect. You're talking about making a permanent, irreversible change to the basis of this city. I guess I'm just going to stop and point out one more thing. There's been a lot of talk about not only are we up against professional presentations, but we heard tonight a perfect example of that. We heard a statement from Titan Energy that only 2 complaints surfaced. And then we heard a statement from this council that there were 20 complaints. Well, to my mind, 20 and 2 are quite a bit different numbers. And I have gotten to where I do not have faith in the numbers that are being presented to this council. I think that at this point, after seeing the amount of pressure sales that has been put on to generate support for this project, I would urge this council to look very, very cautiously at any assertions. And I want to say that, as I've said before, Titan is going to come and go, whether they get this project or not, but the city is going to be here. So I'm begging you, protect our city, protect our children. Thank you.
John Barnes. I hope I got that one right. That's a pretty good one there.
Barnes, a good Dallas name. It's like the Supreme Court here.
That's right.
I hope not.
I'm sorry for the vitriol and finger pointing that previous people have put up. It wasn't very professional. Anyway, speaking against, if the drill rig was 50 feet from anyone's front door, there'd be no question you wouldn't do it. And if the drill rig was 5,000 feet from anyone's front door, none of these good people would be enjoying your air conditioning. We'd all be back at home. So the question is 500 feet a reasonable distance to put a drill rig from my neighbor's front yard? For the record, 413 Kyle Lane. About 800 feet from the wellhead. So what is 500 feet on the map? It looked like a big circle, and it sounds like a big number, but how wide are our lots in Louisville? 60, 70 feet each, maybe? We each live on? Maybe 80 feet? So 500 feet is about 8 lots down the street. So I'd ask each of you to visualize stepping out of your front door and just count 8 houses down the street, across the street from you, and see an oil rig running 8 houses from your front door. And count, a heavy, not real heavy industry, but seriously loud industry, and count 8 doors the other way and see a chemical processing plant, which is what that is. And if you wouldn't accept those things 8 doors down your streets from your front door, then please don't put them 500 feet from our front doors. Thank you.
John Coney. Thank you, Leroy.
John Koenig on Sendero Trail. Actually, I wasn't prepared to actually say anything. I was going to answer some questions if there was any questions on nearby homeowners. But my point is, a few of my neighbors, we approve or welcome the drilling at this well site. According to the presentation, and I have not followed this from the very beginning like some of the other people here, but the presentation said that it is safe, will be well maintained and safely operated. My neighbors just feel that it would be a nice addition in income, whatever the income is. I have a quarter acre and I thought it would be more than what was mentioned before, but whatever the income is would be definitely a positive. Many years ago, my neighbors and I tried to prevent the budget suites from moving into Louisville. I tried my hardest. I came here zoning meetings and everything, but the city, decided to go against us, and we've had our problems with that. But my backyard sits right behind the Alta Vista Ridge Apartments and Budget Suites. So I understand the people living in the Misty Lane area, and it's hard. Sometimes you think things are unsafe, but according to the presentation, there's not going to be any particular safety problems or off-gassing from fracking and storage. Some people may disagree with that, but not being in the industry, but being a chemical engineer with an MBA, I do believe in technology, and it looks like technology this is not the first natural gas well in Tarrant and Denton County. And if it was, I would be very, very concerned about what's been presented as far as safety. But there seems to be a lot of natural gas wells all over the place, and according to the presentation, it's well maintained and properly managed. So my neighbors are for approving the drill site. Thank you.
Thank you. John Wang. I thought you said he was here, Leroy.
John Lane?
John Lane? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Is it L-A-N-E or? L-Y-N-G. L-Y-N-G. I'm sorry, beg your pardon. Couldn't read it.
Good evening. I'm John Lane, 213 Ridgeway Circle.
Thank you, sir.
Just real quick, just a couple of things that haven't been brought up yet. There was a study done on half the wells in Fort Worth. Of only half, because that's all the city could afford to pay for to get tested, 68% of them are leaking. I'd be kind of curious to find out how many of those are owned by Titan. And the thing that worries me the most is the fact that in a 300-page document, there's maybe one page of text about what's going to be, how this project is going to go forward, what's going to be done if something goes wrong. Because if you use the same argument that Titan has used about the Prologis site, well, based on what happened in Fort Worth, one of those wells is going to leak. At least one of those wells is going to leak. So what are you going to do when it does start leaking? And how are you going to clean it up to make sure that you make the city whole again? Or are you just going to, pick up and leave? And I think that, that's definitely something to worry about. The other thing I'll say, too, is I am a mortgage banker by trade. If you have somebody that, is going to look and sell their property just to get out from there, you're going to lose that subdivision pretty quick. Because what's going to end up happening is that nobody's property is going to appraise for what it should. So you're going to end up having it to where people are either just going to walk or it's just going to go on this downward spiral that you're never going to recover from. And I just wish that the city would really make Titan spell out what they're going to do, because there's no one ringing that bell once you start drilling on that site. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I have one other last one here, and Julia, this was sent to you by email because I could not attend, is that correct? Did wish that I would read this too. She is Jamie DeHaven of Briarcliff Road in Louisville. She is strongly opposed to the BH drilling on Southwest Parkway, and she's also, well, I'll get into that later. So she is opposed to this. That's all the white cards I had. The white cards were we asked you to fill out if you wish to speak. I don't think anyone else turned in a white card. Did you turn in a white card, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have it here in front of me. Come on down. For this item here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you give me your
Dan
name.
Palkin. I live off of Kyle Lane. I'm one block over. Dan Palkin, 421 Kyle Lane.
Okay.
I live one block over. First of all, I'd like to say the two guys, I'd say working with Titan earlier that were for this, were shaking hands before this meeting. So I thought you'd like to know that. As you can see here today, we've got a lot of people opposed to this. I've got two small children. I've been in the area since 2006. Bought the house to intend, larger house, intended on staying there, raising my kids there. Was happy with the area, was happy with the parks. In 2008, I started getting door knocked by Cherokee. Came by my home. We want to buy your mineral rights. I've noticed, we noticed that empty lot, and I figured, okay, they're going to put it there. There's no way this is going to happen. They promised it to be somewhere else. Essentially, kept door knocking me. The sixth time within 2 weeks that Cherokee came by my home, I actually had to threaten to get a restraining order because they were not taking my no for an answer. And, these guys hire these college kids that, just go out and door knock all day, and that's their job. Their job is to do nothing but sell this community on what's good for us. And, as you can see, we're all here today because, we were lied to. Cherokee, I don't know how they're connected with Titan, but Cherokee lied to us. Titan, obviously, just in a matter of a, presentation, you're able to catch them lying to you. What else are they lying about? I'm concerned about the well-being of my children. They're both under 5. They're both healthy right now. And, I've considered moving. I've been fighting this drill site since probably 2009 when it was proposed to the Railroad Commission. I've been against it. I've considered moving, just based off the fact that it potentially could go up. My wife loves the house. We kind of wanted to write it out, see what happened with the city, and the city would oppose us. And we're at a point now where, if it does go up, I can't sell my home. I can't move my children. What am I forced to do at that point? The property values are already, they're already down. And if, I've worked hard the last 5-6 years to pay equity into my home. By putting up that site, that equity's all gone. I'd be lucky to sell my home. I'd lucky to be break even. But the main thing to me is the health of my children. It's bad enough we've got jet fuel being dumped over our homes with these planes that fly over pretty close. We've got 121 business that's got enough emissions blowing off, and now we're going to add a drill site. I just believe that there's nothing good for the community by doing this. This decision tonight affects the livelihood of all of us for the next 15 to 20 years. And I hope that you guys could vote against this and not have to worry about this drill site again. Thank you.
Thanks. Julie, did you have a card on that? Do we need to get him to fill out a card, or?
Yeah, we do need to get it.
Pat, if you would ask this gentleman that just spoke to fill out a card so we can have it for the record, please. Sir, there's a lady right outside the door there. She'll ask you to fill out a card. We do this just for our record keeping, so if we have somebody come back and say, well, who spoke, we can say who spoke. Okay. That is all the white cards I have. I don't have anybody else that filled one out that I didn't get to? Okay. Once again, we do appreciate everybody coming. I do have several other cards here that I'm going to read from people that have come tonight, and you may or may not still be here. I know it's getting late in the hour, but we want to give everybody the opportunity to speak. And I'm going to go through here and read the name and address, and whether these people did not wish to speak, but they wanted their opinion heard or voiced. So I will read these off with the name and address and then tell you if they are in favor of or in opposition to. And once again, if I mess up a name, I apologize. John Koenig is in support of 2417 Sindo Trail. Joyce Stoll, 136 Village Drive, is in support. Billy Stove, 136 Village Drive, is in support. Selah Shriek is 818 Foxwood Place, is in support. Ahmad S. Madhir is 566 Valley View Drive, is in support. Gary Pascal, 2412 Sendero Trail, in support. Robert Carter, 821 Mockingbird Circle, in support. Alan Harrison, 1519 Cardinal Circle, in support. Augustin Resendez, 931 Thompson Drive, in support. David and Carl Trail at 403 Creekwood Lane, in support. Sue Brung of 2403 Mustang Court, in support. Cynthia Longoria of 201 West Southwest Parkway, number 5112, is in support. Rachel Longoria at 201 West Southwest Parkway, number 5112, is in support. Richard Kenyon, 3112 West Corporate Drive, is in support. Robert Neely of Round Grove Shopping Center is in support. All of those people, those cards that I read there were from Louisville, all those addresses from Louisville. We do have a Stanley Shanks, 2612 Normandy Drive, Flower Mound, in support. And Eric Head of 5751 Kroger Drive of Keller, in support. Okay.
Those are in support of?
Those are in support of this well being drilled, or us issuing, I guess, the permits for these wells. Now, bear with me. Now I'm going to read the people who are in opposition to this, to us being in favor of this well being drilled. Jean Pierre, P.O. Box 112, Louisville, is in opposition. Mike and Kathy Galloway of 408 Kyle Lane, opposition. 121 Southwest Property, Inc. In Louisville is in opposition. Claire Ferguson, 1097 Holly Lane, in opposition. Joni Nelson, 400 Foster Lane, in opposition. John and Dar Normand, it's either Warman or Norman, I apologize, 404 Foster Lane, in opposition. Jane Luft, 125 Barrington Lane, opposition. Wes Taylor, 1781 Massey Drive, opposition. Hilda Plottenlin, apologize for that, I can't read the writing, 1788 Massey Drive, opposition. Gwen Groover, 1811 South Valley Parkway, opposition. John Ayers, 457 Misty Lane, opposition. Marcy Ayers, 457 Misty Lane, opposition. Larry Bell, 1729 Massey Lane, Massey Drive, opposition. T. Bach Melick, 432 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Melanie Collins, 432 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Carla Scott, 2014 Briarcliff Road, opposition. Kyle Scott, 2014 Briarcliff Road, opposition. Charles Hendrick, 404 Kyle Lane, opposition. Mayette Hendrick, 404 Kyle Lane, opposition. Raymond Alvarez, 420 Jennifer Lane, opposition. Patonica Anderson, 448 Misty Lane, opposition. Patricia Pappas, 421 Hoover Drive, opposition. Sonju V. Corinne, 404 Belmont Court, opposition. Mark Pappas, 421 Hoover Drive, opposition. John and Lindsay Baker, 424 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Billy Hale, 449 Misty Lane, opposition. Yolanda Mangia and Luis Solis, 408 Foster Lane, opposition. Andrew J. Houston, 1760 Massey Drive, opposition. Victor E. Bamey, 408 Misty Lane, opposition. Emmanuel G. Bechet, 408 Misty Lane, opposition. That was probably the name before. I apologize for mispronouncing that. Lucy G. Bechet, 408 Misty Lane, opposition. Amy Fincher, 400 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Brad Harris, 431 Misty Lane, opposition. Gloria Massey, 1744 Massey Drive, opposition. Kochi Wee is 241 East Southwest Parkway, number 912, opposition. Xuan Wee, 247 East Southwest Parkway, opposition. Amanda Alvarez, 420 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Wendy Alvarez, 420 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Tom Waldrew, 412 Dumas Court, opposition. Gloria Muldrew, 412 Dumas Court, opposition. Neil Skinner, 1219 Indian Paint, opposition. John Kundemuller, 440 Kyle Lane, opposition. Dean Fair, hey, I got that name right, Dean. That was a joke. Nobody laughed. There we go. Just break a little bit here. Dean Fair, 416 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Sharon Sales Johnson, 429 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Thomas Johnson, 429 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Gary Gregory, 201 West Southwest Parkway, opposition. Larry Nagian and Lily Nagian, 1708 Massey Drive, opposition. Donna Rosenboom, 412 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Mike Rosenboom, 412 Jenkins Lane's opposition. Stephanie Inzeri, 456 Misty Lane, opposition. Tommy Awazari, 456 Misty Lane, opposition. Denisha Shirali, 420 Misty Lane, opposition. Sudhar Naya, 408 Dumas Court, opposition. Alma L. Redmond, 413 Misty Lane, opposition. Zachary Redmond, 413 Misty Lane, opposition. Lee Na Mai, 453 Misty Lane, opposition. Aaron Swidholm, 437 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Travis Swindholm, 437 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Qui Quinn Nye, 453 Misty Lane, opposition. J.B. Lai, 453 Misty Lane, opposition. Opposition or in favor? Okay, I'll do it to you. John Prather, 405 Misty Lane, opposition. Danielle Mai, 453 Misty Lane, opposition. Shaimeg Wee, 447 East Southwest Parkway, opposition. Hai Mi, Mai, 247 East Southwest Parkway, opposition. Devin Redmond, 413 Misty Lane, opposition. Stephen Birch, 461 Village Drive, opposition. Barbara Snyder, 1756 Massey Drive, opposition. Howard Federley, 436 Misty Lane, opposition. Kai Kim Hung Ang, 247 East Southwest Parkway, opposition. Jamie Crook, 114 Barrington Lane, opposition. Sarah Carver, 405 Cody Lane, opposition. David Sun, 421 Misty Lane, opposition. Carolyn Curtis, 137 Brighton Lane, opposition. Sylvia Rodriguez, 405 Elam Drive, opposition. Xiaoyu Hung, 247 East Southwest Parkway, opposition. Yunani Hung, 247 East Southwest Parkway, opposition. Mi Friend Wee, 247 East Southwest Parkway, opposition. Allison Zellner, 412 Elam Drive, opposition. Francis Zelmer, 412 Elam Drive, opposition. Pam Glover, 400 Elam Drive, opposition. Randall Glover, 400 Elam Drive, opposition. Madeline Gibson, 1725 Massey Drive, opposition. James Bryant, 512 Maryville, opposition. Osayi Abanting, 401 Misty Lane. Dean, I got this one right. Dean Arbagon, 401 Misty Lane. Referral Hobson, 433 Jenkins Lane. David Rickards, 405 Jenkins Lane, in opposition. Erica Ailes, 405 Foster, opposition. Wimberly Ailes, 405 Foster, opposition. William Clay, 405 Deer Park Drive, opposition. Dawn Rickards, 405 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Joshua Percoe, 416 Foster Lane, opposition. Jonathan Percoe, 416 Foster Lane, opposition. Alex Cannon, 417 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Michelle Percoe, 416 Foster Lane, opposition. Maria Chavez, 911 Winterstone Road, opposition. Tiffany Bailey, 2021 Briarcliff Road, opposition. Bobby Bailey, 2021 Briarcliff Road, opposition. Kristen Roadfield, 405 Hoover Drive, opposition. Michael S. Rimco, 742 Mockingbird Drive, opposition. Carol Rimco, 742 Mockingbird Drive, opposition. Brian Turner, 429 Misty Lane, opposition. Brooke Turner, 429 Misty Lane, opposition. Aaron Turner, 429 Misty Lane, opposition. Jack Turner, 429 Misty Lane, opposition. Christy Farrell, 421 Ivan Drive, opposition. Gretchen, and I apologize for Gretchen Gonzalez, Joe Gollenzinger, 1793 Massey Drive, opposition. Howard Jogolenzinger, 1793 Massey Drive, opposition. Lindsay Guzman, 409 Hoover Drive. Latie Crin, 404 Belmont Court. Kelly Smith Valeriel, 400 Ivan Drive. Louis Ariel, 413 Jenkins Lane. Joan Wilkerson, 400 Misty Lane. Eric Wilkinson, 400 Misty Lane. All these are in opposition, by the way. All these are in opposition. I'll save a little time. Kenny Minton, 440 Misty Lane, opposition. Eric Hubbard, 400 Misty Lane, opposition. Tracy Sage, 400 Kyle Lane, opposition. Carol Petrovic, 413 Jenkins Lane, opposition. Mark Petrovic, 433 Misty Lane, opposition. Andrea Bukowski, 433 Misty Lane, opposition. L.G. Ferguson, 1097 Holly Lane, opposition. Chris Matthews, 405 Belmont Court, opposition. Kent Gwynn, 412 Misty Lane, opposition. Nikki Gwynn, 412 Misty Lane, opposition. Porfirio Guzman, 409 Hoover Drive, opposition. Tanya Wong, 330 Village Drive, opposition. Conrad Odell, 330 Village Drive, opposition. Leighton Maxwell, 446 Misty Lane, opposition. Alberto Perez, 420 Misty Lane, opposition. Cynthia Cortez, 433 Kyle, opposition. April Mason, 1679 South Highway 121, apartment 1201, opposition. Barbara Ann Smith Gonzalez, Blair Oak Drive, opposition. Rosario Belton, 420 Kyle Lane, opposition. Hernandez Maria, 854 Meadowlark Drive, opposition. Joy Busey, 1224 Cloudy Sky, opposition. Paul Bucourt, 195 East Round Grove Road, opposition. Bing Hua and Jeannie Lee, 404 Misty Lane, opposition. Tim Callahan, 405 Creek Meadow Lane, opposition. Carol Tomkovich, 2038 Briar Cliff Road, opposition. James Walker, 398 Ivan, opposition. Jessica Moreno, 417 Kyle, opposition. Dora S. Ramos, 417 Kyle, opposition. Arlene Rivero, 1753 Massey Drive, opposition. Sharon Brown, 1719 Cedar Keys Drive, opposition. Anthony Brown, 1719 Cedar, opposition. So Sonia Peterson, boy, I like this. You put a name tag on here. I didn't have to read her writing. I like that. That was good. Southwest Parkway, opposition. Ezekiel Sanford, 1753 Massey, opposition. Ian Greason, Michael, Andrew Greason, and Joshua are all 452 Misty Lane, opposition. Gwen Groover, 1811 South Valley Parkway, opposition. Conroy Francis, 542 Misty Lane, opposition. Kathy Stock, 917 Golden Grove Drive, opposition. Kelvin Miller, 2018 Briarcliff, opposition. Richard Harvey, 216 Briarcliff, opposition. Shelby Harvey, 216 Briarcliff, opposition. Jennifer Miller, 218 Briarcliff, opposition. Lauren Arsenio, 1608 Live Oak Drive, opposition. And Cinder Arsenio, that may be Anderson. Oh, I apologize. 1608 Live Oak Drive, opposition. Mark Donnelly, 1138 Pebblebrook, opposition. Jeffrey Maria, 385 Ivan, opposition. George Arthur, 2046 Kinney Court, opposition. Kathy Galloway, 408 Kyle Lane, opposition. Nathan Sandrep, 1939 Sherbourne Street, opposition. John Normad, 404 Foster Lane, opposition. Jeff Blankenborn, 2037 Kinney Court, opposition. Rhonda Blankenborn, 2037 Kinney Court. George Prather, 2045 Kinney Court. He is in favor. He is in support. These were just handed to me just a minute ago. And then the other one is Jim Kraus, 531 Village Drive, in opposition. So that's all the cards I have here. The stack of them. See that?
Order.
Something tells me you're not applauding my pronunciation. Okay. Once again, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. And the people sitting up here, we're citizens just like you. We live here just like you. Many of us for many years. And as they mentioned earlier, I personally, as your mayor, and I'll say this, what's really made me proud tonight, and it's the reason I ran for mayor, is why I'm proud of being mayor of this city, is while we had several different opinions out here and different reasons for that opinion, I was really proud of the way each and every one of you honor and respected the other person of their own opinion and their own beliefs without being belligerent, without being mean or ugly or say any things. Because so many times you go to these meetings or different cities and stuff, and I'm sure you've seen it on TV, and I've seen some videos. They make us watch these things of how you have to protect yourself in certain things, where people just have no respect for another human being, their neighbor, in their own city. And that's what I love about our community and our city, is that we don't really have that here. While we do disagree at times and we have different opinions on things, we seem to be able to reach agreement in a civilized manner. We don't always think we'll always win. We don't always feel like we got what we wanted, but we come to an opinion in a civilized manner, and I think that's what's good for this community, what's good for our city. And as your mayor, while I don't have the opportunity to vote, the mayor does not vote, I do have an opinion. And I will say this, that as your mayor, I try to listen to everybody's opinions and look at each person through God's eyes and see what they would see. And hear them for what's in their heart and what they're saying. And with that, try not to have diversity, but bring people together even though they might have differences of opinion. There are some questions that I have as far as some things that have been said on both sides, actually, especially by the presenters, but I'll wait for that another time because I don't want to drag this out too much further. I will say, though, that as far as several years ago when this all started, I can't remember, 4 or 5 years ago, Mr. City Manager, when Cherokee Horn was out there, their president of the operation that was here then, I was not mayor, but at the time, I was on council, he did call me out there and went and looked. And I will say that the positions that or places that he showed me that they were going to drill are not the positions they're showing us tonight. They showed me different areas. Now, that being said, I'm only saying that because, that was what I was led to believe. However, there are times when there are extenuating circumstances and things have to be changed for one reason or other. It's incumbent upon us, I think, to be able to work with people. I think we all agree that we need to be careful of our dependency on foreign countries for natural resources. There's probably very minority here that would disagree with that. Everybody agrees with that. But it's incumbent upon us to do that in a way that is safe and in the best interest of the entire city, not just a few. And we need to make sure we take care of that in whatever step we do. The other things I'll wait for another time. So with that now, I'm going to turn it over to our council, and I'd ask you to give them the same respect that you've been giving to everybody else, and let them have their say, and then we will act upon this tonight. Okay? Councilman Durham, I'll start with you, sir. You're senior council.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be in support of issuing the permits.
Do we need to close the hearing?
Excuse me. I beg
We need to move to close the public hearing?
Yes, we did. I'm sorry.
So moved.
I have a motion to close the public hearing by Councilman Gilmore, second by Councilman Durham. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All that simply was just to close the public hearing session. Now we will act on things. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Councilman Durham.
Again, I'm going to be in support of issuing the permits. A couple of things. One is the 500-foot limit. All parties within that area have agreed to it. The gas pipeline next to it will not have any questions about having to get additional easements for a pipeline to take any product away from there as far as gas and minerals are concerned. And this is almost identical to what we've already approved at McGee and Railroad Street. The dimensions match up pretty well from the single-family side and from commercial business. So I'll be in support of it. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilman Gilmore?
I'll be in opposition.
Councilman Thornhill?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear his answer.
He was in opposition. Councilman Thornhill?
Thank you. Again, it's not easy to sit up here and make decisions, and I thank everybody for coming out. It's 9:45, and it's been a long night, and I know that y'all are anxious to get this over with. One of the things I did here that kind of disturbed me earlier was somebody made a comment about the city splitting, that Louisville's always been a good, tight community, that they were afraid that something like this would split it or could split it. I certainly hope that Louisville is strong enough and united enough that something like this would not split this community at all. One of the things I did when I campaigned was that I promised that I would protect the public safety and health, welfare, and the quality of life in Louisville. I still feel very strongly towards that. I'm for drilling, but I'm just not for drilling in a city, in an urban environment. I think it's more of a rural environment. I've been fortunate enough to participate the last 29 years in oil and gas drilling, but it's been in an urban setting, and I mean a rural setting, not an urban setting. I just can't see a gas well sitting right next to a man's home who in some instances takes two earners to earn that house and then to have it dwindle in value. I drove out that neighborhood and I saw maybe 10 homes for sale. I've driven that site before, and I very rarely see any homes in there for sale. For some reason, a lot of homes are for sale. I'm afraid it's due to this issue we got here tonight. So, with all that said, I will not be supporting the permits tonight.
Councilman Bond?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank everybody for coming out and sharing your views with us. We all do appreciate it on both sides of the aisle. But secondly, I'd like to say thank you to Titan for meeting the city's ordinances and in some cases going above and beyond. Now I'd like to address my comments to the B&H well site. First of all, this is an urban setting, and I do not believe that it's really appropriate for a gas well. That's one of my concerns. My second concern is there's not enough safety measures being applied to this well site for the location that it's in. I am just new to the ordinance as it is, but it strikes me that it's for a rural setting. If you're going to put that in a heavily populated area with schools and gas stations and businesses and houses and apartments, I think there ought to be more safety added to it. And the third thing I would say is I have driven that street, that Southwest and 121, and somebody earlier commented on it. I think that it's going to be a catastrophe trying to hold those cars back that are either going to go straight or making the left while the truck makes the turn, and a guy like me trying to catch the tail end of the yellow when the light changes. So I see a safety concern there.
So does Chief.
Pardon me?
So does the Chief.
And the other thing that I would say, and it's not only for the B&H site, but for any future gas well that would come before the council, I think that the apartment dwellers should have a say in something like this as well. I'm just not sure how appropriate it is just to talk to the owner of the property or home, because as I was doing my research, some of the businesses that signed off on this, the owner is in Florida on the beach. So that's, with all that said, I'll be voting against it.
Okay, with that, as I said earlier, I had some... I think we need to try to use the natural resources we have in this country, but I think we've got to do it in a way that protects our citizens, protects our communities and our homes. I think there are... The reason I'm not in favor of this is I think there are avenues, other sites, other places that these wells can be located and still get the resources that you're after. And so for that, I'm not for it either, even though I don't have a chance to vote. So with that, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we deny the request.
I second it.
We have a motion by Councilman Thornhill to deny the request as presented, and a second by Councilman Vaughn. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1.
No, Mayor. Actually, can we make the motion in the affirmative to grant the permit that way, because it needs a supermajority? So if it doesn't get a supermajority, then it fails.
Okay. Did you understand that, Councilman Durham?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I knew what the rules were when it started. And we're going to have this on quite a few other things that come up.
Okay. So, what you're saying, Counselor, is we need to, if this needs to be enacted on, needs to be a motion made to grant the well, and then it would either it die because of lack of a second, or it would be voted down.
Or it would be voted down because it couldn't get a supermajority.
Okay.
And if Councilman Durham doesn't want to make the motion, just because you make the motion doesn't mean you have to vote for the motion.
See how legal this stuff gets? It gets very technical and legal on all
Can't we just do a swap that, reverse it like they did in Willy Wonka? Is that... No?
We need Green back in here.
No. Is anyone else? So we've got a motion on the second floor, but we can't accept that motion. Is that what you're saying, Counselor? Just bear with us now. Give us a minute, please.
To grant the permit, it would take a supermajority. So, but we don't have a motion to grant the permit. We have a motion to deny the permit. And
Can't he withdraw that?
no, you don't have to withdraw it. I just think to have it just clean, we can have a motion to grant, and then it can either fail for a second or it fails for a lack of supermajority. Just to cover both bases.
And you got to understand this, people. I see some of you shaking your head no and stuff, but you got to understand this is a legal issue. We got very good legal counsel here in this city. I don't know if you've kept track of it, but we're probably one of the least sued cities of our size in the entire state of Texas. I'm very proud of that, and that's because we've got good legal counsel. And we don't always adhere to it, but we try our best to adhere to our legal counsel because they're there to keep us out of trouble. So just bear with us here while we get this thing figured out. I think the outcome is going to be the same. It's just trying to do it in the legal way it needs to be done. Okay. Is anybody else? Or he doesn't have to withdraw his motion then. Is that what you're saying? Is there any other motion that would be made?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we issue the permit for the B&H well site.
Okay, we have a motion for the issuance, is that correct? Okay, issuance of the B&H well site by Councilman Vaughn. Do we have a second?
No.
Don't fail.
Upon hearing no second, the motion fails and the request is denied. Is that correct? Wait a minute. Is that because y'all heard we're talking about raising taxes? We have not raised taxes in this city for what, 9 years, 14 years?
Say nothing.
We may, but we haven't in the last 14 years anyway. All right, so, Counselor, that's it. Okay, that issue is resolved. Okay. Motion failed. Okay. We still have quite a bit to go here, folks. Okay.
Y'all ain't going to hang out for the rest of the exciting adventure?
Next item, if you would, please be orderly when you leave so we can continue on with our program. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Visitor Citizens Forum. At this time, any person with business before the council can...
You might want to call a short recess.
Okay, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give us a 5-minute recess here. We're probably going to need some order here, so 5-minute recess. I can do that, right? I'm going outside. All right, 5-minute recess. Let's go to the bathroom.
Sure.
I am.
Go out there now.
Council session back to order. Next item on the agenda is the Visitor Citizens Forum. At this time, any person with business before the council not scheduled on the agenda may speak to the council. No formal action can be taken on these items at this meeting. I do not have any cards filled out for this, so no one's speaking. Next item is consent agenda. All of the following items on the consent agenda are considered to be self-explanatory by the council and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or citizen so requests. For a citizen to request removal of an item, a speaker card must be filled out and submitted to the city secretary. I did not have any cards filled out, nor did I have a council person making a request. Councilman Guerrero?
I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, but I'd also like to make a, if you weren't aware, Mayor, that Rudy isn't back yet. He'll be back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was there just a minute ago.
He'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
If you would like to wait, we can.
Yeah, let's do. I beg your pardon. Well, I'm not going to sing or anything, but I didn't get a comment either. Laugh either, did
I thought you were going to read through every one of those.
I did, basically.
Well, I mean,
Here he is.
I basically did.
Bring them forward.
Oh, no. But that reading them was
And there you go.
This is what I got left. For the next
He doesn't know we're waiting on him.
Did he leave
Donna, go tell him that we're waiting on him.
Oh, boy. It's been a while since we...
But I thought we were still on break.
No, I think he's used to people waiting on him.
Okay, we're to the consent agenda, and I don't have any cards or requests, so Councilman Guerrero?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Councilman Guerrero, a second by Councilman Gilmore. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 5 is consideration of a preliminary plat of Littenberger Addition, a 0.95 acre parcel zone light industrial with 2 proposed lots located near the northeast quadrant of Business Highway 121 and County Ridge Road with 2 variances as requested by Chris Walton, P.E., Vilbig and Associates, Inc. on behalf of the owner. The 0.95 acre property is unplatted and has an existing commercial building located at the front. The owner is selling the front portion of the parcel along with the building and is retaining the rear portion of the parcel. The building site is planned for a retail hobby shop with additional parking, thus triggering a site plan and plat. The second lot is to remain vacant. The future owner of Lot 1 has submitted a preliminary plat and has applied for 2 variances to the General Development Ordinance to allow an existing driveway location to remain within the 230-foot drive spacing required for major traffic carriers, and B, to allow an existing driveway location to remain within the 250-foot control of access from the intersection of County Ridge Road required on major traffic carriers. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the plat and 2 variances at their July 5th meeting by a vote 5-0. Recommendation is that the council approve the preliminary plat of the Littenberger Addition with the variances as in the above caption. I have one card here, a David A. Vilbig. Are you wishing to speak, sir? I'm sorry?
After the city engineer speak?
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
He wants the city engineer to speak, but I don't think there's any need.
He wants the city engineer to speak first.
Yeah.
You want the city engineer to speak, sir? Are you Mr. Vilbig? I'm sorry.
I'm David Vilbig, 10132 Monroe Drive. I'm representing the owner of this, so I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so you're here to answer any questions. All right, thank you, sir. I beg your pardon. I couldn't hear you out there. I'm sorry. And then, did anybody have any questions to council here? Mr. Vilbig? Okay, thank you, sir. And then we have Andrew Van Vuren, who is in support of this, but does not wish to speak. Councilman Gilmore.
Go ahead, then. It's a regular hearing, so move to approve.
Second. I have a motion by Councilman Gilmore to approve as presented. And we have a second by Councilman Durham. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Item 6 is consideration of issuing a letter of consent as a property owner with a protected use located within 200 to 500 feet of the proposed Ingram gas well permits, SW1H and North NW1H, as requested by Titan Operating LLC.
Mayor, I'll be abstaining on this because I have a mineral interest in this area.
Okay, sir.
Mayor, I'll also be abstaining because of the appearance or possible appearance of a conflict of interest.
Okay, sir. If y'all step out, please. If you'll remember, this item was actually scheduled for a City Council consideration on July the 18th, 2011 meeting. However, due to a lack of a quorum, the item was moved to the August 1st, 2011 meeting. Titan Operating LLC has submitted a request to drill and operate 2 gas wells at a site known as the Ingram Pad, located at 1955 South Valley Parkway. The oil and gas ordinances in force at that time of submittal requires that all property owners with a protected use located within 200 to 500 feet of the well bores tender their consent to the wells. Memorial Park is a protected use owned by the City of Louisville that falls within these parameters. The 2 other protected use property owners have submitted their consent to these wells. Staff received a letter on July 18, 2011 from Titan Operating LLC requesting that this item be tabled until the August 15, 2011 City Council meeting. The recommendation from staff is that Council table the request until August 15, 2011 Council meeting. So, Council, I need direction on 2 different things here. One is we have a request to table this item by the applicant, and 2 is I have several speaker cards here as the prior gas issue was. I have several speaker cards here to read, and not so many as to read, but then several who are in support, or some in support and several in opposition. Same way with the speaker cards. I believe most of those people have left. There's still some here I can see. My question is, what I need direction from you is, do you wish to table this item to the next meeting as requested by the applicant? And then 2, do you want to go ahead and hear the people speak tonight, even though, if you're going to table it, do you want to go ahead and have them speak tonight, even though you plan on tabling the item, or wait until you have them speak when we do actually address the item? So with that, I'll open that up to council. And what is your direction?
You're saying to the councilor or to us, council?
To the city council, to you members.
I would like to make a motion to table this item until the August 15th as requested by Titan Operating.
Well, but what are you going to do about the people that are signed up to speak on the...
Last time we tabled something, well, I think it was because we didn't have enough quorum here. But I'd like to ask the councilor what her opinion is on this, the attorney.
You can hear from those people or carry those cards over to the next meeting if you table the item.
Does anybody here feel really strongly that they need to get up and talk tonight?
Yes. All right, I'll tell you what, let me rephrase my motion, that we table it till the August 15th meeting, but those who are here tonight, if they wish to speak, they can, for, what is the time limit, 5 minutes, what is it? 5 minutes? Okay, for 5 minutes.
And carry anything else over? Would that be okay?
Say that one more time.
Would it be all right if anything else that wasn't...
And the cards to also be carried over until the next meeting also, even though they speak tonight. So if you want to speak tonight or you want to speak next time on this issue, I don't care if you speak both times. Doesn't matter to me. I'll listen to you.
Okay, so with that motion, what I'm hearing basically is that we're going to table the item, but we're going to allow those who have have signed up cards to speak, allow them to speak tonight if they would like to, or they could wait and speak next week if they would like to, or they could speak at both meetings if they would care to.
I can second that.
That's pretty much what yes.
Okay, just make sure I understood. We have a motion and a second with that. So before I take a vote on that, I'm going to go ahead and allow these people to speak. Would that be all right, Counselor? Okay. Before I take a vote on that, we do have a motion and a second. Before I take a vote, I'm going to allow these people to speak. So the people, and if you want to speak, please come forward when I call your name. If you want to wait and speak at the next council meeting, which is when it looks like the item is going to be tabled to, you can wait and speak at that time. So, John Lang.
Mr. Mayor, I just really want to hear these two gentlemen talk.
All right. Dan Parker. On Kyle Lane. Okay. Callie Browning.
Yes.
Did you want to speak, ma'am?
Yes.
Come right ahead, ma'am. You've been very patient all night. If you would just state your name and address for the record, please.
Callie Browning, 2004 Choctaw Ridge Drive in Louisville. Actually, our home is just on the southwest corner behind Memorial Park. In response to issuing a letter of consent as being the owner of a protected use, and I'll say greetings to Louisville City Council and staff. The permit, I am asking the city to waive this protective use so that the drilling cannot proceed. And I'm addressing the Ingram pad located on the east side of Valley Parkway, specifically 1955 South Valley Parkway, directly across Memorial Park, home to the Senior Center and Recreation Center and various outdoor activities for residents of all ages. I have to ask the City Council to please vote no to this. And why? No, because there's nothing reasonable with placing wells in their operations in the middle of neighborhoods, not to mention directly across from a city park. No, because although some officials may have an understanding of all operations and activities being conducted, the general public, and in particular those living and using the nearby areas, will have little or no insight to such aspects as storage sites and undisclosed contaminants to soil and air that's associated with this kind of business. To state that there will be any such problems is short-sighted. No, because there are other alternative well sites. The Barnett Shale, with its large natural gas reserves, stretches well beyond our city boundaries. And there is plenty of land for Titan and Chesapeake to share for the gas production, so why is there a need for them to impose their will to drill next to our backyards? No, because regardless of guarantees provided by Titan, total safety and the non-occurrence of pollution to water table and accidents can never be assured. Should the Louisville City Council demonstrate that their government has less concern for its citizens than does the town of Flower Mound, who has enacted stricter requirements? No, as being a resident of this area, I really do not like the idea that the security of our homes and neighborhoods be in competition with a gas well accident or explosion that would monopolize our fire personnel and resources. Or, let's just forget the citizens and let's just rest our judgment on your ownership of a protected use. Memorial Park is within 500 feet and therefore the permit will be denied. I do place my trust in the combined elected leadership of this council to protect our lives and our way of life, and vote no. Do not allow such threats to our way of life in this beautiful city that many, many people before you have worked their lives to be where we are now. Keep the wells and all the associated unsightly operations out of the residential areas of Louisville. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, ma'am. And Ms. Browning, again, if you wish to speak at the next meeting, I will keep your card in case you want to speak again at the next meeting.
I will.
Thank you. Gary Jacobs. you'll just give your name and address to the record, sir.
Sure. My name is Gary Jacobs. I live at 1202 Cloudy Sky Lane, Louisville. I'm on the west side of Memorial Park. My wife and I have lived there since 1993. Appreciate the opportunity to speak, and everybody who's stayed late. I really don't have any objection to drilling a well. My objection is the fact that, just as several other people pointed out, I received in December of '09 paperwork from Cherokee Horn saying that my house would be, that they were going to drill over 3/4 of a mile away from my property. They changed the rules of the game right in the middle of the game. I don't believe in that. I believe that Titan Drilling, people in Titan Drilling are smart enough to be able to do exactly what Cherokee Horn originally said they were going to do and drill at the original site. And so basically, for all the reasons of traffic, the fact that it's a city-owned asset, the fact that if Dr. Skinner's calculations are correct, you just listen to 2 hours of 10-to-1 objections to drilling in a neighborhood. I'm asking that you deny the letter of consent and vote against it tonight. I believe that the request to table it is simply a political delay tactic. I think that with all due respect to Titan, I think that what they're trying to do is in 2 weeks they'll have less of an attended meeting because there's less oil and gas issues, and they're hoping to bring the issue, basically get it through when the meeting's less attended. So I would ask that in your upcoming vote, that rather than vote to delay it, that you vote to kill it, and that you would recommend that Titan go back and do exactly what Cherokee Horn was originally planning on doing, and go to the original site. And I'm fully confident that they will find a way to make money on that well and bring it in profitably and operate it well. But right across the street from a main city park, guys, that's just nuts. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And also, Mr. Jacobs, I will keep your card in case you'd like to speak again next week also, if it is tabled. Neil Skinner, did you wish to speak? Yes, sir.
My name is Neil Skinner, and my wife and I live at 1219 Indian Paint. It's about a block and a half from Memorial Park. We lived there about 22 years. I'm here tonight to ask the council to reject Titan Operating LLC's request to issue a letter of consent as a property owner within 200 and 500 feet of the proposed Ingram Wells gas wells. This location is directly across the street, across Valley Parkway from Memorial Park. My reasons for opposing this location for a drilling site are simple. First of all, these sites are terrible eyesores. Anyone going down Ace Lane in South Louisville or McGee in North Louisville will readily have to admit that. In fact, Mr. Dolick, representing Titan, showed us a picture of one of these, what these sites look like, and they're ugly. Memorial Park is really a beautiful park. My wife and I, like I said, we lived next to it down the street from it for 22 years. My kids played there. I'm looking forward to my grandkids playing there. It's got a wonderful playground, a great recreation and senior citizen center. I believe this park and these facilities are something that the city and the residents of Louisville should be proud of and that the city council should protect. An ugly gas drilling followed by an ugly gas production site just across the street will seriously detract from the park. Second, we don't need all the extra truck traffic right down from Parkway Elementary School in one direction along Valley Parkway or the Little Jackson Early Childhood Center in the other direction. Nor do we need this extra traffic around the park. This is an additional, unnecessary risk to all of our citizens, especially our children, and believe me, folks, children, not natural gas, are our most precious resource. Third, we do not need the added air pollution or potential for groundwater, surface water, or other environmental contamination, fires, gas leaks, and other hazards that can result from natural gas drilling and natural gas pipelines close to the park and many residents' homes. I ask you to do the right thing. I ask you to uphold the city staff's original recommendation. I ask you to put the interest of the citizens of Louisville before the interest of Titan and refuse this letter of consent. I'd like to make one more personal comment. I've heard a lot of really good, eloquent speakers today, and I hope I haven't messed up too bad. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate you letting me talk to you about this important issue. Thank you, sir. And please hang on to my card.
Well, sir, I've got it right here for the next meeting also, if it is tabled. Neil Ferguson.
I think I've already got my name on the record. Do you need it again? R. Neil Ferguson, 1097 Holly Lane, Louisville. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and vote on this tonight. I don't see any reason to delay it. I don't think it's going to change the outcome. I can bring everybody back that I brought tonight, if that's what you want to do. We'd spend another 2 hours on this one. I'd rather not. You'd probably rather not either, but I'll do it. I've got a petition that's already being worked on Ingram. Give me 2 more weeks. I'll have twice as many signatures. You would not build a park next to a gas well. Why would you put a gas well next to a park? And why on earth would you put a gas well next to the Jewel and the Crown Park, which is Memorial? It's that simple. I want it voted on tonight. I don't want the delay. Let's get it over with.
Okay, I might have missed Mr. Groover, RBT Groover. He left. Okay. Okay. That's all the speaker cards that I have. Anyone else here, in case I messed this up? Anyone else fill out a speaker card for this item? I'm sorry. Would you come forward and speak? Would you like to come forward and speak? I'm sorry, ma'am. I've got a few cards up here, and I may have misplaced yours in the wrong spot, and I apologize. Carol Tompkins, here it is right here. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Very good. Carol Tompkins, 2038 Broadcliff. And you'll have to excuse me, this is way past my bedtime, and my contact lenses are sticking in my eyes. So, I've lived on Broadcliff for 20 years, and when we were looking for neighborhoods, one of the reasons we picked that neighborhood was every time we drove by, there were lots of people out walking, jogging, pushing their kids in the strollers, riding bikes. And that goes, we live one street over from Valley Parkway, and that goes, maybe not in this 109-degree weather right now, but normally there's so many people jogging up and down Valley Parkway, which is right across the course from Memorial Park, all on both sides of the street, all around the park. We see families biking, people jogging, people walking their dogs, people pushing their kids in the strollers. They come to the park for relaxation and fun. They don't come to worry about what they're breathing in when they're jogging. They come for the natural beauty of the area, and not to look at a gas well site. I spent 9 years at Parkway Elementary with my kids. We took field trips to that park almost every year. Having an industrial site directly across from the park just defeats the purpose of the park. I think many people will stop using that park. And just remember, you're voting as a landowner, and you should do what's in the best interest of the park so that people will continue to utilize the park and to protect the value of the park. There's really just no reason as a landowner that you'd want to approve that drill site. And also, the edge of the pad site is 98 feet from the street, and it's approximately 200 feet from the edge of the pad site to that park, which is very, very close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that I missed that had filled out a speaker card? I do have several cards here. And Julie, I'm going to have to ask your assistance over here a moment, please. There weren't any of these in favor, correct?
These are all opposition.
For this item. Okay. I wanted to make sure I didn't mess up. Like I said, I've probably got 200-something cards over here tonight. I'm going to go through these real quick, since we did have several people wanting to speak. I feel like I need to at least read these people's names. All of these are in opposition. I do not have any blue cards filled out which are in support of this but did not wish to speak. But these are all cards who are, and they are all Louisville residents, who are in opposition to this but do not wish to speak. I'm not going to go through reading the addresses because of the sake of time and two, because of the motion on the board, but I will read Cynthia Cortez, Olani A., Tanya Wang, Carnell Ordell, Porfirio Guzman, Dora Ramos, John Barnes, Jessica Marino, Tiffany Bailey, Bobby Bailey, Marissa Chavez, Jonathan Percu, William Way, Michelle Percu, Rayford Hobson, Oso Ya Abatine, Pearl Abatine, Mamba Lee, John Prothax, Suvana Benitez, Susanna Benitez, Randall Glover, Pam Glover, Gloria Massey, Francis Zellner, Allison Zellner, Johnny Crook, Ying Yang Hang, Yukuni Hang, Zin Hu Hang, Mi Fin Wee, Hai-Mi Wee, Wee He Fong, Lu Bing Mai, Lu Hin Mai, Jake Eli, Daniel Me, Stephen Birch, Stephanie Lazari, Tony Azari, Jean Ferguson, Claire Ferguson, Dana Rosenboom, Mike Rosenboom, Sidney Wee, Dean Fair, Thomas Johnson, Wendy Alvarez, Amanda Alvarez, Ochi Wee, Shawin Wee, Brad Harris, Andrew Houston, Tammy Hale, Billy Hale, Sanju Curran, Ramsey Alvarez, Patricia Anderson, Carla Scott, Kyle Scott, Louis Arneal, Lajai Corinne, Kelly Smith, Kelly Villarreal, Tracy Sage, Erica Hubbard, Emily Wendy, Kenny Minoton, Chad Metcalf, Laura Metcalf, Eric Wickinson, Joan Wilkinson, Ron Wilkinson, Carl Petrovsky, John Ayers, Marcy Ayers, Bach Mellick, Trey Arabi, Melanie Collins, Todd Castor, Jane Witt, Jean Ferguson, Kyle Scott, Susan Sigler, Chad Metcalf, Laura Metcalf, Mayette Hedrick, Charles Hedrick, Kristen Farrell, Lindsay Guzman, Joy Busey, Paul Biocourt, and Anthony Brown. All those people were in opposition to this. So, with that, we had a motion and a second. I had a motion and a second to table this item to the next meeting. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. The item will be tabled to the next meeting. Next item is item 7, consideration of an ordinance approving a negotiated resolution between the Atmos City Steering Committee and Atmos Energy Corp. Mid-Tax Division regarding the company's 4th annual rate review mechanism. The city, along with approximately 154 other cities served by Atmos Energy Mid-Tax Division, is a member of the Atmos City Steering Committee. Owner about April 1, 2011, Atmos Mid-Tax filed with the city an application to increase natural gas rates pursuant to the rate review mechanism. The average residential and commercial rate impact will be 0.31 cents or 0.88 cents per month, respectively. Recommendation is council approve the ordinance as captioned above. Councilman Thornhill?
Go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion by Councilman Thornhill to approve as presented, second by Councilman Grenna. All in favor?
Mayor?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilor.
This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Louisville, Texas, approving a negotiated resolution between the Atmos City Steering Committee and Atmos Energy Corp. Mid-Tax Division regarding the company's 4th annual rate review mechanism filing in all cities exercising original jurisdiction, declaring existing rates to be unreasonable, adopting tariffs that reflect rate adjustments consistent with the negotiated settlement, and finding the rates to be set by the attached tariffs to be just and reasonable, requiring the company to reimburse cities reasonable rate-making expenses, repealing conflicting resolutions or ordinances, determining that this ordinance was passed in accordance with the requirements of the Texas Open Meetings Act, adopting a savings clause, declaring an effective date, declaring an emergency, and requiring delivery of this ordinance to the company and the steering committee's legal counsel.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 8 is consideration of acceptance of resignation of Judy Sizemore from place number 3 on the library board, declare a vacancy exists, and consideration of appointment to place number 3 on the library board. Judy Sizemore has submitted her resignation from place number 3 on the library board due to business commitments effective immediately. City Council will need to consider a new appointment to fill the vacancy in place number 3. Recommendation is that Council accept the resignation of Judy Sizemore from place 3 and declare the vacancy exists and consider appointment to fill the vacancy. Councilman Grenna, you had a recommendation, I believe?
Yeah, there was one applicant for that, which was Kathleen Rodriguez, and I'd like to make a recommendation for her. I'd also like to state and I'm sure I speak for all the council, that we appreciate Ms. Judy Sizemore's dedication and service to the city. And I'd like to make a motion to declare the vacancy and to recommend Ms. Kathleen Rodriguez.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Grenna to accept the resignation, declare the vacancy, and make the appointment of the new person. I'm sorry, what was the name?
Kathleen Rodriguez.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes.
We have a second by Councilman Grenna, a second by Councilman Durham. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We're down to reports. Where's our newspaper report? We got any reports from the newspaper tonight? No? Nothing on the national debt limit or anything? No big breaking news or anything? Oh, okay. Okay. Bob, anything? Chief Lasky, anything? Ms. Scholar, anything with you, ma'am? Chief Kerbo, anything with you, sir? No, sir. You notice I didn't say Chief Scholar?
I know.
I just feel bad about that. Well, Carol, they didn't stick around. There's a few people out there. Tell us about the lake, Carol.
Well, the lake is 3 feet low. You'd think it would be lower than that, but it's actually not. It's just very hot. Evaporation rate's high, and like I said, we're really producing a lot of water right now.
Wow, that is amazing. We're only 3 feet low. My daughter's up here visiting with the grandkids, and they live in Austin. They said Lake Travis is almost bone dry, and they're talking about putting restrictions on they've already got restrictions on outside water usage. They're talking about restricting indoor water usage to so many gallons per day because it's so bad down there.
We'll see our level go down at a faster rate. When it stays above 100, the evaporation rate really gets high, so we'll probably see it start going down.
Thank you. Donna?
Yes, sir. Hello, Dolly will be performed at the MCL Grand this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The first performance Friday night is at 7:30 p.m., 2 performances on Saturday, and a matinee on Sunday.
Sounds great. Brenda? Anything there? Mr. Ferris? Mr. Backus? Tim, you did a very good job tonight, sir. We appreciate your work and your help in all these matters. Thank you very much, sir. Councilman Durham?
Mayor, just to state that I will not be at the next council meeting. I'll be out for business.
Okay. Councilman Green?
Man, it is nearly 10:45 and it's still 99 degrees outside. It's going to be over 106, 108 for the rest of the week, and for those of you that are going out to the lake to cool off and relax, just remember for every foot that it goes down, there's always dangers right below the surface that may present itself. So take it a little easy on the lake, have fun, and just don't have any accidents. Let's be safe out there. I'm sure the fire department and the police department would definitely appreciate not having to go for any rescues. Thank you.
Councilman Gilmore?
I want to piggyback on that. Growing up in the desert, this kind of heat is brutal. It's even more brutal to your friends and neighbors who may be elderly or who have pets. So go check on those folks. Check on your pets. Make sure that they're okay.
Mr. King?
No, sir.
Councilman Thornhill?
Well, school's fixing to start, so they're asking everybody to try to get vaccinations in early this year and not wait till the last minute. So I encourage you, if you get vaccinations, get them done early.
Councilman Vaughn?
Nothing, Mayor.
Councilors? Julie? I'd just like to say, first off, Councilman Thornhill, thank you so much for being here tonight. I know you're in excruciating pain. And last meeting we had meet, I know it was terrible for you, and we appreciate you. I know it's been a long meeting. I'm going to talk for another 20 minutes, so just sit back.
No.
But I want to thank you, because I know it was very painful for you tonight. I want to thank you. And do remember that school is getting ready to start. In fact, they're having this weekend, having a back-to-school reading program. This back-to-school at the different schools this week. Contact, was it... can't remember the organization now. Anybody help me with that, Julie? I can't remember. EAF or anyway. Contact the local schools. They'll tell you what the programs are this Saturday. All right. With that, in accordance with Texas Government Code, Subchapter D, Section 551.072 and Section 551.074 and Section 551.087, we'll now convene into closed session. Man.
You look like you